Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the planning system and the impacts of climate change on the environment and communities. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sue Higginson. I am the chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. To each witness, welcome and thank you very much for making the time to give evidence here today. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thanks, Chair. Stephen Hartley, Executive Director for Resilience and Urban Sustainability at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Clay Preshaw, Executive Director of Energy, Resources and Industry Assessments at DeFi. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Matthew Riley, Director of Climate and Atmospheric Science at the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sean Sloan, Acting Director General, Department of Primary Industries. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kate Lorimer Ward, Deputy Director General for DPI Agriculture. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would one of you like, or if any of you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to.
Thank you.
The Department welcomed the opportunity to provide a submission to the inquiry. The whole of government submission provides information about how the planning system is helping prepare for, manage, mitigate the impacts of climate change on communities, infrastructure and environment. It also identifies interagency coordination and collaboration on projects and programs to increase resilience to climate change. There are a number of agencies across the government that provided input to that submission, and some of us are represented here today and looking forward to the questions. The planning system's role is really, in terms of the effects of climate change, is about how to manage and support communities, industry and environment through the change to ensure natural disasters and climate change are addressed strategically and equitably. Planning system is obviously also playing a really important role at the moment in addressing current housing crisis, ensuring more social and affordable housing is built. Committee members would have seen the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority release the state's first disaster mitigation plan on the 23rd of February this year. That was referenced in the submission but obviously wasn't released at that time. The State Disaster Mitigation Plan, or SDMP, is a critical document for whole of government in responding to natural disasters and climate change. It includes 37 priority actions to reduce New South Wales risk from future disasters, 7 of those specifically which will be delivered jointly with the Department of Planning. The EPNA Act, or the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, is also provides us an overarching framework. A lot of what we talk to today is directed by that Act. The Act includes objectives, multiple objectives, but to promote social and economic welfare of the community, a better environment, facilitate ecologically sustainable development, and protect the environment amongst other matters. It's core to a lot of what we will discuss today about the planning strategies, policies, guidance and the way that merit-based decisions are made. The planning system, working with the Reconstruction Authority, has a really important role, as called out by that SDMP, has a very important role. It identifies, the SDMP identifies opportunities at both a strategic planning level and the role of good information as being a key part of considering the impacts and responding to climate change. Strategic planning offers the opportunity to embed multi-hazard risk consideration upfront in the planning process. It helps us identify land use tensions, test different scenarios, and plan for mitigation and management strategies. The SDMP and the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority and Department of Planning, DeFi, will also, as called out by that document, be working towards the definition of acceptable risk, which is a critical component of merit-based making decisions. The New South Wales Common Planning Assumptions also play a key role in that space, providing the information assets and base for testing those future scenarios. I note there's been over 230 submissions to the inquiry, and thank you for having us, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Did anybody else, was that on behalf of all?
Yep.
Yep.
Chair, I'd like to make an opening statement if that's
thank you, Mr.
possible.
Sloan.
First of all, I'd like to acknowledge all of the women across New South Wales on International Women's Day. Thanks for the invitation to participate in today's hearing on this critical issue. To ensure the ongoing sustainable supply of food and fibre in New South Wales, the Department of Primary Industries aims to maximise outcomes for agriculture, fisheries and forestry, the communities that those industries support and the resources they rely on. DPI's approach is underpinned by consideration of the impacts of the planning system and climate change, because New South Wales primary industries, which collectively contribute more than $22 billion to the New South Wales economy, are particularly vulnerable to climate change and the loss of agricultural land, as well as changes in the suitability of available aquatic habitats for important fish species. In the last decade alone, our farmers, fishers, aquaculture operators and forest industries and their communities have endured extreme drought, flooding and bushfires. These extreme weather events have an immeasurable impact on the productivity, profitability and sustainability of their businesses, as well as their mental health. At the same time, primary industries are increasingly competing for use of land and sea against renewable energy developments and urban encroachment. To mitigate this, DPI has a range of measures in place. From a land use planning perspective, DPI works closely across government to provide advice to planning authorities and industry groups to develop policy and influence our partner agencies' policy frameworks to foster New South Wales agriculture industry to grow in a sustainable and informed manner. The work of the New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner has highlighted the need for land use planning to be an ongoing focus for government, particularly in relation to the intensive agriculture and horticulture sectors. This is important in the context of maintaining food security, as increasing pressures such as land use conflict and seasonal volatility in food producing areas ultimately increase the risk of food and fibre production across the state. To this end, I draw the committee's attention to the report prepared in 2021 by the New South Wales Agriculture Commissioner, improving the prospects for agriculture and regional Australia in the New South Wales planning system. DPI is currently mapping state significant agricultural land, including land that has access to reliable water supply. This will help the state understand what key industries are at risk and vulnerable as climate continues to change. Agricultural research, DPI has a research portfolio which has evolved against a backdrop of our strategic goals of achieving carbon neutrality and climate resilience, sustainable resources and productive landscapes and economic growth. This research occurs across 28 research stations which are situated in a variety of agri-ecological zones, thereby ensuring we can test our research in a range of climates and production zones. DPI's Climate Vulnerability Assessment Project has modelled future climate impacts for 28 commodities and 14 biosecurity risks, covering plantation forestry, horticulture and viticulture, broadacre cropping and extensive livestock sectors across New South Wales up to 2050, as well as a range of fish species. New South Wales DPI will use these findings to contribute to national and state climate risk assessments and related planning processes, including the New South Wales Climate Adaptation Action Plan. This assessment will be key to partnering with industry to invest in R&D that will identify and develop new approaches to adaptation that build resilience and support reliable food and fibre production into the future. The assessment is also extremely important in informing future land use planning to understand where industries may need to be located in the future, because the level of change and the lack of adaptation options means that relocation may be the most viable option in some instances. We also have climate-focused agricultural research projects underway in low methane beef, drought-resilient crops, low rainfall pastures, agri-tech adaptation and more. Meanwhile, in fisheries, DPI is working to conserve our marine freshwater biodiversity, as it is a fundamental part of keeping the freshwater coasts, estuaries and oceans of New South Wales healthy and productive into the future. Much of this work falls under the Marine Estate Management Strategy, includes dedicated research focused on climate change vulnerabilities, impacts and adaptation for important fish species and habitats such as kelp, climate vulnerability assessments for a range of marine species to inform future management and adaptation options, a New South Wales marine heatwave plan, the first of its kind in Australia, noting the East Coast experienced a marine heatwave this summer, the Facilitating Climate Change Adaptation in New South Wales Marine Parks project with an initial focus on the Solitary Islands Marine Park, research on blue carbon opportunities in flood-prone areas in the Northern Rivers, including a blue carbon demonstration site at Duck Creek. Changes in climate may render some of the current aquaculture areas unsuitable to aquaculture production and increase the likelihood of extreme events, and it's important for the long term that flexibility is introduced in the planning system, whereby priority oyster aquaculture areas and marine areas can adapt and move as conditions change. In forestry, a number of issues will increasingly need to be considered in the planning framework. The suitability of land for plantation forests into the future, noting both DPI's recent climate vulnerability assessment of the forestry industry and the government's commitment to investigate the expansion of plantation forestry, how bushfire risks are managed in forestry, how carbon markets change into the future and the opportunities that forests offer natural carbon sinks. In relation to biosecurity, incursions pose one of the most significant threats to New South Wales primary industries and the communities they support, and this is compounded by climate change. For example, changes in temperature expanding the range of suitability of land and aquatic environments in which various pest species can establish and disease outbreaks can occur. And this will need ongoing consideration from government, especially if agricultural land is repurposed, as changes to the type of activity in agricultural land are likely to prompt increased biosecurity. In times of severe weather events such as bushfire and floods, New South Wales DPI is responsible for coordinating the agriculture and animal services functional area in supporting the New South Wales State Emergency Service. DPI also plays a key role with LLS and helping farmers prepare for and respond to drought. From a planning perspective, access to water and stock refuge areas should continue to be considered. Extreme weather can lead to issues such as native fish death events, as we have seen out at Menindee, livestock mortalities, food supply chain shortages and coastal floodplain drainage pollution. DPI will continue to work with other government agencies to ensure we are prepared as best we can for adverse weather events to ensure the risks are mitigated as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, so we'll, if the members are okay, I'll start. Yeah, I've got just a few questions. So, given the state has, and clearly we've undertaken quite a bit of work and there's modelling happening, could one of you just set down what are the parameters that the models are working around at the moment? So what are the inputs in terms of predictions and climate? I think that we've sort of had some input around, we've got the Paris Agreement that we're committed to, we've now got the Climate Change Net Zero Futures Act. What can we get from the departments about what inputs you've put into the modelling?
Thanks, Chair. I might take that question and just ask for some clarification. Are you asking about the future climate modelling, so modelling of climate projection, so how the climate may change, or are you asking about the greenhouse gas emissions projections, or both?
Both.
So,
yeah,
thanks.
Thank you.
And
particularly whether what you're working on is consistent across all of government.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So I actually might start with the consistency. We are working towards consistency. My colleague, Mr. Hartley, mentioned the Common Planning Assumptions Group. This is a whole of government group that reports to the Secretary's Board. Its intent is to ensure that there is common use of data and advice and guidelines across government when it comes to strategic planning. A key component of the Common Planning Assumptions Group is our regional climate modelling. New South Wales leads a project called the New South Wales and Australian Regional Climate Modelling Project. It's a project that is a partnership between the New South Wales, ACT, South Australian, Western Australian and Victorian governments, with support from Murdoch University, the Uni of New South Wales and the National Supercomputer at NCI in Canberra. The project is a long-running project. It's been running since at least 2010. Its aim is to provide the best information that we can at the scales appropriate for us to take informed decisions on future climate changes. It's what's called a dynamically downscaled model. So it is a very big undertaking. Indeed, NARCLIM, that climate modelling project, is the single biggest project to ever run on Australia's biggest supercomputer. It's also the most comprehensive regional climate modelling project anywhere in the world. We focus on 3 scenarios. The scenarios that we use are what's called around the SSPs, the shared socio-economic pathways. The first scenario that we model is SSP 1, 2.6. This is a scenario that is broadly aligned with reaching and achieving our Paris commitments. It actually leads us to around about globally a 1.8 degrees Celsius warming. So it's not the 1.5 target, but it's below the 2 degree target. So the model includes that as one of the scenarios. It models out that scenario through to 2100 and provides information on future climate at 4 kilometres resolution. This is a substantial piece of work, as I mentioned. It is likely the most comprehensive regional climate modelling project anywhere in the world. Importantly for that scenario, SSP 1.1, 2.6, and the other scenarios, we do not do one model. We know that many models show different pathways into the future. So what we do is we take the global climate models, we assess how well they perform in Australia, and in particularly over southeastern Australia, and we choose the best of those models. We then take those models, 5 of them, and we run them through 2 regional climate models. So each scenario that I mentioned, and I started with SSP 1, 2.6, we have 10 possible future climates to inform our planning decisions. This is important because no one model can we have any degree of certainty will be the future climate. So we must take a risk-based approach looking at a range of possible future outcomes. With that in mind, we also don't model just that single scenario, we take other scenarios as well. Bookending that low scenario, the Paris Aligned scenario, is SSP 3, 7.0. That's Shared Socioeconomic Pathway 3, 7.0. The best way to describe that is that's almost a worst case scenario. And what I mean by that is it's a lower scenario in terms of global emissions than previous work because it takes into account the nationally determined contributions that countries have made under the UN FCCC. We know, and the current literature tells us, that we will not be on a pathway to 7 or 8 degrees warming, which we have previously seen under other scenarios. We are more likely, at the worst case, to be on a pathway somewhere like a 4 degree warming. That's if we do nothing more than achieve our current nationally determined contributions. So
it's fair to say 4 degrees is your worst case that's in there. I'm
yes,
probably simplifying it a bit too much, but
yes, Chair, that's fair to say.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the high-end scenario, our worst-case scenario. I should note that the way we choose our models, even in each of these scenarios, we choose a worst case from the global climate models. So we look at the global climate models, and we look at how well they perform. We choose a range of models, some that are hotter futures within that single scenario, drier futures, some that are still warming futures, but perhaps wetter futures. And we choose a mix of those. So within each of the scenarios, there is a worst case. So within our models for SSP 3 7.0, we will have some models that are projecting global warming that is beyond 4 degrees Celsius. In between those two scenarios, we are also modelling a third scenario. This is SSP 2 4.5. And that's best to be described as sort of a middle-of-the-road scenario. We don't quite meet our Paris targets, but we do better than the current nationally determined contributions. And that puts us on track for global warming of around about 2.5 to 3 degrees. So they're the three climate scenarios that we model as part of NARCLIM, the New South Wales Government's regional climate modelling. That modelling is complete for two of the scenarios and is already being used to inform work within government. We will be completing the third scenario, the middle of the road scenario, towards the end of this year. Importantly, those regional climate models provide us a whole range of information, not just changes in temperature or changes in rainfall, but they provide us information on changes in forest fire weather, so the Forest Fire Danger Index, changes in extremes of temperature and precipitation, and importantly, as my colleagues outlined earlier in their introductions talking about extreme weather events, provides us more information on storms, thunderstorms, extreme precipitation and wind events. It's quite a comprehensive work. It is generating somewhere close to 20 petabytes of data, which is again likely to be the single biggest project in terms of data ever run in Australia. And it will give us the information that we need to be able to make informed strategic planning decisions. So that's on the regional climate modelling side. That's the future climate chair. In response to your question about emissions, within the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, we undertake statewide, economy-wide emissions modelling to inform the government, its policies, its programs, and will eventually inform the Net Zero Commission when it's established. The modelling models across all sectors out to 2050. We take a sector-by-sector approach in that modelling. For example, we will look at the electricity sector first off. There's great change going on in the electricity sector at the moment. Because of that change, we've elected to, within the modelling at the moment, to focus on electricity sector market modelling from AEMO, the Australian Energy Market Operator, and its IAO report. This report provides a future scenario that all of the electricity market participants are using as their baseline scenario. So that underpins our modelling for the electricity sector. What that does do is that puts us in a position where we're modelling out the change in electricity generation out to 2050. And we're seeing quite a substantial change in the makeup of the generation fleet over that time, including the exiting of coal-fired generation and the entrance of more renewable generation. I do note that that modelling was completed towards the middle of last year. As with all modelling, Chair, almost as soon as it's completed, it's out of date. So the modelling has yet to incorporate initiatives such as the Capacity Investment Scheme or other Commonwealth and bilateral agreements that are designed to help us achieve the targets set for renewable energy. If I move on from the electricity sector into other sectors, we take a facility-by-facility approach in a number of sectors, and I'll start with coal mining. So we model out fugitive emissions from coal mining, and indeed all emissions from coal mining, on a mine-by-mine basis within New South Wales. We assess the methane contents of the mines, both underground and open cut. We look at their past historical performance and the data they've reported under the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme, which we share, that data shared by the Commonwealth with us. And we map out emissions intensity of those mining operations. We then look at their future mine plans, what they are approved to do, and also what they may elect to seek approval to do. And we model out emissions from those mines. And that's included in our base case emissions modelling scenario. On top of that scenario, we have now put in place a modelling of what those mines may do to achieve their obligations under the Commonwealth Safeguard Mechanism and their declining baselines. So we have a very good understanding of the greenhouse gas emissions profiles at coal mines in New South Wales. I think actually the government probably has a better understanding of the sector as a whole than any individual working within the sector, because we look at all mines, all operations. Staying with coal mining for a moment, but moving away to another part of coal mining emissions, it's the stationary energy emissions from coal mining. So emissions from coal mining fall into two categories. That's the fugitive emissions, and then there's the emissions that occur from the operations of the fleet, for example, or the extraction of the coal. And we model out how that may change into the future, and that comes under our stationary energy modelling. Stationary energy modelling, which is different from electricity, they are separate sectors, looks at the use of stationary energy in industrial facilities. And once again, we model that out on a facility by facility basis. So think about energy used at Port Kembla at the steelworks, or energy used at a cement batching plant, for example. And we model that out on a facility by facility basis. We don't take scenario approaches within these facilities. Essentially what we do is we look at what they would achieve under current practice, which we call our business as usual projections, and then we look at what they're likely to achieve based on all of the policies and all of the programs that the New South Wales government's put in place to try and assist them to reduce their emissions. So things such as the Net Zero Industry and Innovation Program. Moving on to the other sectors, we also model out emissions from waste and waste facilities. And again, we take an individual facility basis to model those out. So we model each of the waste facilities, but much of that is driven by per capita consumption. So it's a little easier to model in that sector, but it's also a smaller contribution. And then finally, I'll focus a little bit on the land-based sectors, so agriculture and what's called land use change and forestry, LULUCF. For LULUCF, we work closely with the Commonwealth to model out future projections based on the National Carbon Accounting System, NCAS. And we look at what we project to be the change in forest cover over the next 10 years, working with Commonwealth data, which also incorporates the inclusion of increased carbon forestry as a result of the safeguard mechanism. Beyond 2030, we use our own internal modelling within the New South Wales government, but again based on NCAS, to try and assess the changes that we may see in the land sector over that period of time. As you can imagine, that is a very challenging task because of interannual climate variability and a range of other areas. And then finally in agriculture, we look at agriculture and we tend to focus on a commodity by commodity perspective, but not in great detail. We tend to focus on, for instance, livestock and livestock emissions based on the type of livestock, so cattle, sheep, for example. And then we look at emissions from cropping and intensive livestock and grazing livestock. Sorry, I should say on the livestock side of things. And then we model that into the future. We take a very conservative approach with the agriculture sector. It's going to be a very difficult to abate sector for agriculture, and we model out the future agriculture emissions based primarily on what we think will be global trends in commodities. So that's a broad overview of how we undertake the modelling. I'm sorry if I gave you a bit too much detail.
No, it's great. It's really good to get an understanding of what exactly it is you're working with and what's feeding into it all. So do you think that, so seeing it at that kind of big level and where we're getting all the inputs and what, do you think that that the current statutory and regulatory instruments that we have that ultimately, I suppose, are the drivers or the place where all of this intelligence goes through to make things work and to allow us to kind of plan for a future that's not more uncomfortable than what it's going to be. Do you think, are the current regulatory, so are those instruments the right instruments, the way we're doing it? Do you think, have we got too many? Do we need more? Is that information coming through those pipelines into where decisions are being made? I'm not just referring to those big decisions, all the decisions that we're making that are impacting the built and the natural environment and the social environment every day. I know it's probably a big question, but is it, are the instruments right? Are they, is it coming through?
So I might pass to my colleague, Mr. Hartley, Dan, to talk about the instruments, but what I would say before we go to Mr. Hartley is through the Common Planning Assumptions Group, we are really working very hard to ensure that the best quality information is available to be used through those instruments. And I think that is a big step to ensure that we're trying to have a common and use a common set of data to inform decision making and to ensure that whichever instrument is being used, those decisions are being guided using the same information that perhaps another instrument may be utilised for. But I'll pass to Mr. Hartley to comment on the instruments.
And could you start, Mr. Hartley? But sorry, I may have missed it. But what is the Common Planning Assumptions Group? Who is it, I suppose, or where is it, and how does it function?
So the Common...
sorry.
Yeah, I might take that. The Common Planning Assumptions Group is a group that reports to the Secretary's Board.
Yes.
So it's a within-government group. It has representatives from all of the major departmental groups, the former clusters, for want of a better term. So, for instance, it has representatives from planning, from DeFi, planning. DeFi also has representatives from my department, Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, from Treasury, from Health, Transport, DPI, Agriculture, Department of Regional New South Wales, Communities and Justice. It covers the broad range of activities that the government undertakes. It was established a number of years ago when the government of the time elected to undertake the first coordinated strategic planning assessment in New South Wales for many, many years. So bringing together the state infrastructure strategy, the future transport strategy, the plan for Greater Sydney and other supporting regional plans. At that time, the government made a decision that rather than different groups who were using perhaps different sources of data, for example, at the time, infrastructure and planning were using different population projections, or transport and planning were using different population projections. That obviously inhibited our attempt to provide consistency. So within government, a decision was made to bring together the Common Planning Assumptions Group to work towards the consistent application of data and guidelines through the planning processes. The group has operated now for, I think, 7 years. As I said, it's been refreshed recently and reports directly to Secretary's Board. It used to previously report through the Department of Premier and Cabinet. And it has a number of subgroups. So there is the top group that reports to Secretary's Board, and underneath that group there are a number of subgroups that work on specific themes. So for example, there's a trends and scenarios subgroup. This subgroup includes information such as future climate projections. Includes information that guides the intergenerational report that Treasury delivers every 5 years. It really looks at those big trends and future scenarios. There are also other groups, for example, population and housing, and environment and natural resources, and I think their names sort of explain themselves, what they focus on. Each of those groups is chaired by a senior executive within the government, and they're tasked with bringing together work plans to promote the development of common datas, common guidance.
Sorry, Mr. Riley, how many subgroups are there?
I'll have to take on notice,
Okay.
Chair, exactly
So
how
there's-
many.
yeah.
I believe there's 5, but I'll take
Okay.
it on notice.
Thank you.
And those subgroups bring together work programs to enhance the data that we have available for common planning decisions, and also to promote data sharing, and also to bring together communities of practice to explore future issues. They meet regularly. Each of the working groups meet regularly. They report to the Common Planning Assumptions Group, and that group reports to Treasury quarterly on its updates. So that's basically the function of the group.
Thank you. And so then, Mr. Hartley, so all of these groups doing all of this great work, working with all of these models, and we've got this single source of truth. How do we know that the instruments are delivering what these, the kind of thinking and the modelling and the ambition that's coming through these groups, and it is operating at the instrument level?
So the planning system treats the information that is generated through the Common Planning Assumptions Group as a key input to decision making. You'd be aware under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, for example, there's the preparation each 5 year of regional plans. If I take the Greater Sydney Region Plan as an example, the Common Planning Assumptions feed directly into that strategic planning process. So the Greater Sydney Region Plan includes a number of objectives, there's around 3 or 4 objectives that relate directly to climate change adaptation and mitigation. Those objectives were informed by the Common Planning Assumptions work. The region plans are from a planning perspective, are a critical document, because what they do is then they flow through to the relevant decision pathway, there being a number of different development typologies and associated pathways under the EP&A Act. But the region plan really sets then how those frameworks make decisions on the development application that's in front of them. That, again, there's multiple pathways. Taking an example, where government is the investor, so government is building infrastructure that's identified through those region plans, the New South Wales Treasury publishes cost-benefit analysis guidelines. The CBA guidelines set various requirements about how those business cases need to be pulled together. So the region plan utilises the common planning assumptions, the information around climate change and climate change scenarios, to identify infrastructure. When the infrastructure agencies are then putting forward their funding bids for that infrastructure, they're required to prepare those funding bids in a certain way. That information is again called up, the scenario testing or risk analysis is called up through the broad cost-benefit analysis guidelines. There's also specific cost-benefit analysis appendices that relate to climate change and green infrastructure. So depending on the component of, or the impact or implications of that infrastructure proposal, those common planning assumptions inform the way that risk analysis needs to be presented. And so the costs and benefits of that proposal within a climate change scenario are considered in this example at both the strategic planning level and then the site-specific funding approval level. Assuming that project, the infrastructure project, receives funding approval and approval to proceed, there are then guidelines and controls that are applied to the assessment of that proposal at the actual, I suppose you'd call it the detailed planning stage, prior to commencement of site investigation, construction, etc. For example, there's, and Mr. Preshaw can give you some specific examples, but there's guidance around state significant development, state significant infrastructure. There's requirements to consider the implications or impacts of climate change through that process. There's also cumulative impact assessment guidelines that apply to those processes. So at multiple levels, the common planning assumptions feed into the decision making. There's also, I suppose you'd say, applied, not quite over the top, but not quite sure how to show what my hands are doing. There's a natural hazards framework. I mentioned in my introductory remarks about taking an all hazards approach. The region plans provide that ability to consider natural hazards, which we know with climate change are becoming more regular and more intense. And so the planning system not only takes the common planning assumption scenario, the risk testing that goes with that through the decision-making process, there are also strategic and site-specific requirements around, for example, flooding, around bushfire, around coastal erosion, those natural hazard processes. Depending on the location and the type of project that might be under consideration, there's also natural hazard specific frameworks that apply. So, for example, looking at flooding as a risk, there is a flood risk management manual that is referenced by proponents and consent authorities that establishes the requirements around how to do floodplain modelling and how to translate that floodplain modelling into site-specific decision-making. Common planning assumptions, short version is they're very important, they feed in a number of levels, but they're also one part of a bigger system that considers climate change.
So then
through
what do you
decisions.
say to the criticism that we hear and that we've received quite a bit of submission around, that that the sort of that it's not working insofar as, for example, if it's floodplain modelling, there's a guide there on how it should be done, but then a development or an application for a planning proposal will come forward, and a consultant has prepared the plan and it says, hey, this all looks fine to us, we can do this as long as we do these things here. But then you've got somebody outside of that planning proposal system, the consultant, the proponent, and say the local government agency, and you've got others that are saying, well, no, this is actually not going to have those impacts, it's going to have these other impacts, and you haven't done... at what point, how do we reconcile at that level if we've had these, common planning assumptions that are saying, hey, this kind of development in this region is a good idea, it's fed into a regional plan, but then when you come to actually looking on the ground about what's happening, you are seeing demonstrably kind of consequences that are not delivering perhaps good climate outcomes, not delivering good environmental or natural resource outcomes. How do we reconcile that?
I think Mr. Riley said it well. It is acknowledge it is a complex space. There's a lot of information. One of the things that the planning system is moving towards, and I know a number of jurisdictions are moving towards this as well, is I think previously a lot of decision making around natural hazards has been based on an understanding of hazard. Hazard as a static concept, and people will be familiar, for example, with bushfire-prone land maps. Bushfire-prone land maps are published at least once every 5 years under the Local Government Act. Local government has protection from liability where they make decisions in good faith with reference to relevant information. Bushfire-prone land maps are also a line on a map. And so over that 5 years, and it doesn't matter if it's flooding or coastal erosion or bushfires, there's a recognition across Australia and elsewhere that static concept of hazard actually needs to be a more nuanced understanding of risk. So considering hazard, but the consequence and the layering of different hazards. Two recent inquiries, the bushfire inquiry and the flooding inquiry by New South Wales Parliament, both strongly recommended a move from a hazard focus to a risk-based focus. That is something that the planning system is moving towar's with government's committed to that.
What does that look like? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
but
no.
And my colleagues need to interrupt if you've got more questions. But what I have an idea what that means to me, and I can contemplate that, and I could probably write it down or draft it up and put flow charts and all of that. But what does that actually mean in terms of the work that the agencies are doing in moving to that? And I noticed that in your submission, we are talking new words about tolerable risk, acceptable risk. Does that mean there's an intolerable, unacceptable risk? And what sort of things are, is the Brains Trust in there contemplating on how we move to this risk base?
So probably the best example is in response to the flood inquiry. So the flood inquiry identified or recommended the move from that hazard concept to a more risk-based approach. The previous flood management manual was published in 2005. That was the major reference document and framework for all consent authorities. Flood decisions were effectively, regardless of whether it was flood mapping or decision pathways, were made under the auspices of that previous manual. The new flood risk management manual has now been published. So it was a 20-odd year gap between. And the flood risk management manual is, I don't think quantum shift is the right word, but includes now some very clear, based on the national processes that are also recent, very clear guidance around what risk means, how to treat risk, how to model for risk, how to consider risk in decision making. So in the flood, in considering the natural hazard of flooding, that's actually quite a new framework that moves from that really static concept of line on map to that more dynamic concept of understanding different scenarios. How that translates then into decision making. For example, the department has last week published on its website something that flows from that. So a planning circular on that is for proponents and councils about how do I prepare and how do I make a decision on a site-specific proposal where there is flood risk. And so the planning circular goes through a number of steps and gives references on how to translate the flood risk management manual in a more specific sense to individual planning proposals about what are the types of matters you need to consider. And so that's matters like if there's change if you're in a floodplain and you're putting a development in that floodplain, what is the impact on others in the floodplain from that development? How do you model that? How do you calculate that? How do you assess those types of things? So the flood risk management manual, then through the planning system, we translate through specific guidance, and the planning circular is just one of those that guides proponents and consent authorities in that decision-making process. It's very different depending on the scale that you're operating at. So site-specific considerations, for example, with consultants, one of the things that we've recognised in the State Disaster Mitigation Plan absolutely commits to, and the department is committed to working with the Reconstruction Authority on this, is, as you say, that concept of, okay, we've done the modelling, we understand the different scenarios, but how do I treat that information? And the SDMP is very clear that to make those judgments, the community needs to have a role. Councils, local environment plans or local strategic planning statements are one vehicle. You can reflect community sentiment on tolerance, what they want for their community, and that concept of tolerable risk, guided by the consent authority and the community, needs to then be part of that decision making about that site. That's identified in the SDMP, and it's a piece of work that we haven't yet done, but we are putting planning directions and guidance that aligns with that direction, whilst also working with the Reconstruction Authority on that, the next piece.
And so if I was to say, it was only a little while ago, I was sitting for some reason in a in a local council meeting, further north actually, I think it was Clarence, and a bunch of planning proposals and DAs were being approved on seriously low floodplain land, and the community was up in arms saying this is absurd, and the councillors were saying, well, we're waiting for direction from the state government, we don't have support. When will those sort of situations change, or will they change? Does our current system, the one that we're talking about and the outcomes from the flood inquiries and etc., when do we think that, do you anticipate that communities would be in a position at some point where they would be able to go to their council meetings and say, hey, here's the evidence that this is a really dangerous development, and the council would say, that kind of proposal wouldn't even be before a council? Do you anticipate there be a time, or how does that work?
The Local Government Act, probably is the starting point, provides limited liability for councils where they make decisions in
good faith.
in
Yeah.
good faith. To do that, local councils are required to prepare various mapping. Part of that is currently councils are required to publish, in this example, flood maps. Those flood maps are the reference documents for the types of developments and the types of controls that would be applied to approved developments, depending on where they sit within the floodplain.
So then what is, sorry to interrupt, sorry.
No.
So then what is happening? How do we go from this sort of static hazard, hey, there's the map,
Yep.
that's what it looks like. I mean, I'm from Lismore, we had very advanced flood maps. We had, what was it? It was a flood area, floodway or something, and you knew if you were in a floodway you shouldn't because that's where the water moved fast. I think that was back in the 90s. But how do you move from, well, that's the map, that's the static kind of approach to there's the hazard, it's the flood, it's the map, to the risk? Where does the translation actually start to happen to, hey, that's, and is the intolerable risk or the risk that we, the unacceptable risk, is it, oh, because it will destroy the property you put, the built environment you put there, or lives would be put at risk? And where do we know, when do these sort of things start to happen at the decision-making level and the community's understanding level of what we will be doing moving forward, given the increase in the movement of the hazards and the changing nature of the hazards?
So in some senses that process has already started. So there's the framework that I described before, but for example, and I'm not sure if the committee is having a session with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, but you're probably aware of the Hawkesbury Nepean flood evacuation modelling that has been published. The flood evacuation modelling is directly informing planning decisions in the valley. The Hawkesbury Nepean Valley has a really unique nature. It's basically like a bathtub with a whole bunch of taps pouring in and only one plug hole for the water to leave. So even when the plug is pulled, the bath backs up. It presents the highest risk flood valley anywhere in Australia. The flood evacuation model has been published, and the flood evacuation model includes information on different scenarios and those risks and how to treat those risks, and the FEM model, or flood evacuation model, is informing planning decisions already. That's just one example, but more broadly, the state disaster mitigation plan includes those commitments to prepare modelling. I believe that the Reconstruction Authority has 3 priority catchments that it is doing modelling for. They're probably best placed to talk to that, but one of those is Hawkesbury, and I believe another is the Northern Rivers catchment. That modelling is intended to be reflected both in planning specific decisions, but there's also a disaster adaptation plan framework. Again, that's led by the Reconstruction Authority, so I can only speak a little bit about it. But my understanding is the state plan identifies the suite of risks and does an analysis of hazard and risk. What the disaster adaptation plans then do is where there's information gaps, that information is to be filled, and that information informs the catchment-wide or region-wide analysis of highest risks. That's both from natural hazards, from existing population settlements, etc. And the DAPs are then required to be considered by both, the disaster adaptation plans are required to be considered by both the Department of Planning in its planning decisions and strategic planning, as well as local councils in their planning processes. So they're not in place, but I think probably Reconstruction Authority are best placed to answer more detail about their timeframes.
Mr. Primrose.
Yeah, just briefly, I know that the Adaptation Action Plan hasn't been formally released because it's integrating the disaster plan material. Can I just ask, in relation to the role of local councils and local planning, who will actually monitor to make sure that they actually implement the plan? I mean, there are, for example, presumably councils can't approve high-rise buildings that are going to fall down. but nevertheless they are approved and they're falling down. I mean, there's a whole range of excellent material that I've read that's coming out of here, and yeah, fantastic. But when you work your way down the system, who's going to, in the end, be the policeman on the beat to make sure that this actually happens? I mean, and someone who's intimately involved in the Hawkesbury Nepean, I'm still looking at the fact that there's developments going on around the place, and there's still, as we both know, the problem is the tap is still on because of the urban runoff going on up there. So please, I'm just interested in, as well as the planning is fantastic, and it may not even involve you, but who's actually going to police the beat?
And I might just ask for clarity. I'm assuming you're talking about natural hazard or some of the climate modelling. For example, the buildings, I'm aware but not briefed on, the new building commissioner, who I believe has a role.
Oh, look, I understand, but there's a whole breadth of material here.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been on inquiries for 2 decades looking at forestry in New South Wales, all over the state. I've been up to Lismore during the floods. I've been out on inquiries looking at droughts and whatever. And it seems to me, following that, people always come up with really exceptionally good proposals. Yeah. But it's then left to other lower levels of, to be implemented. And I'm just curious as to who is going to say, who's the cop on the beat to actually make sure that this actually happens, as opposed to, some planner in Upper Cumbukta West Council, who
Beautiful
says,
place.
"Look, this looks fine to me."
Yeah, and I'd like to be able to give you a really simple and straightforward answer and say it's Mr. Preshaw, for example.
We'll take that as given.
Yeah, that's right. I think he's got a new job.
On the Hansard.
But in part, it depends on what the planning proposal is. There's a lot of, for example, in Hawkesbury Nepean, we work very closely with some of the councils in the Hawkesbury Nepean on their flood modelling and the decisions that they make. Those decisions, depending on the size and scale of the development application, vary from minor DAs to home renovations, for example, up to large new precincts. Depending on what that development application is, we'll have a different role with council. We have close formal and informal relationships on a number of natural hazard matters with councils who are affected by natural hazards. We work pretty closely. There's lots of questions that go backwards and forwards at an informal level. What does that mean? How do I translate? What does it mean in this situation where I'm mostly through a DA process or I'm just starting a DA process? So we have those relationships. Depending again on the natural hazard, there's work that the department does both by embedding officers and by providing funding for councils. So new systems, one of the challenges is always making sure people pick it up, understand it. For example, in the biodiversity space, there in Western Sydney, there's a thing, the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan, where there's 6 officers that are embedded with, or the proposal is, that we're negotiating with councils at the moment. Councils have asked for 6 officers to be embedded to upskill staff, and we've been working with council on the funding and work program for those officers. Similar in coastal erosion, there's been an ongoing funding program to ensure that people can do the things that are asked of them, and that the resources are provided. The question then about who checks is in part, again, dependent on the type of proposal. Sometimes it is local community, so if you're buying a house, you've got notification on title, you see, hang on, what is this? There's a flood notification or bushfire notice on the title, what does that mean? So sometimes it's community. If it is a broader process that's got some form of consultation with it, public consultation, community will often raise very valid questions about the type and controls for that development given its location and potential risks. And then there's also work the department does, again, as I'm not aware of any single officer whose role it is, but we do audits of implementation. We provide, we go in I'm aware of several projects where we've worked with councils, but we've effectively analysed the development approvals that they provided to look against, does it meet the requirements of how that decision should have been made? And we do work with councils on performance improvement, including improving the types of guidance and training and so on that we give as well. So it is, the planning system makes decisions across a breadth of projects. We do try and ensure that we provide the support, the training, and the checking after. So hopefully that...
Thank you.
Yeah, I go again at just presuming that in this there will be... I look at the equivalent of a checklist. I mean, I'm living in a city at the moment where we have a second airport being constructed, where for the first decade at least, it's acknowledged it's largely going to be a freight or cargo airport, and we don't have a freight rail line, right? Which means that it's been approved, which means that all of everything's going to be transported backwards and forwards on trucks throughout Western Sydney on that congested road network. We knew that, everyone knew that, and yet it's been ticked off and is currently being constructed, and we still have no real plans for a freight line, which everyone acknowledges is absolutely critical to the effective operation of that. So knowing that what has to happen and no cop on the beat is what troubles me. That's all.
Yeah. And there are, if it helps, there are the department publishes in the natural hazard area. There's there's a complexity of framework. We do publish really basic one-page checklists, for example. Those are on our website. The Natural Hazard State Environment Planning Policy, for example, brings together, sets 8 principles for the treatment of when you're considering all hazards. It's got a really handy implementation guide, and one of those things is a checklist. And that's a good example of, we take those, we then work with council, and we say, give us 20 development approvals, or we select them off their website, and we look at whether that checklist has been applied. We look at the quality of the information. We look at whether the consultants are providing significant differences between initial and final documentation, for example. It's just not a single cop on the beat, I suppose.
Okay.
Mr. Fardo.
Thank you very much. Just with respect, you were talking about the mapping process for both bushfire-prone land and flood-prone land. When were the last maps undertaken for both of those categories?
Each map is prepared for its local area. So, for example, bushfire-prone maps are required to be published at a minimum every 5 years, but they're on a council-wide basis, and so I haven't got that listed.
Okay, so it's all on a council-run basis. There's nothing that's done centrally by.
No, there are some. So, for example, I mentioned the Hawkesbury and Nepean flood evacuation model. That's across multiple councils. That was prepared by the state government. That was released, I'm going to say late last year, but I
think it's the year before.
Yeah. So it depends on the matter, and it depends on the risk of the hazard.
Okay.
Yeah.
And with respect to that, does the department keep any central figures in terms of the expansion of those maps, in a sense, and how many properties or the size of properties that are impacted by both flood-prone land and bushfire-prone land?
That would be a GIS mapping exercise. I don't believe on a statewide basis we've done that, but I'm actually not sure. I know the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority has done some very detailed analysis across natural hazards and other, cyber and disease vectors and so on. I'm not sure what information they used to do that work. I'm also aware that for some projects, the impact of various hazards are taken into consideration. So if you've got a precinct, and that precinct is potentially, precinct proposal, like a large area for development, and that area is in a flood zone and a bushfire zone, then mapping is done to look at current state and impact of proposal. That would be an example where you do an assessment of how many people are in harm's way at the moment, how many people under the proposal could be impacted by those hazards, and then you look at, as part of the consent authority, would consider that information as part of its decision whether to approve that proposal or not, and if they decide to approve, if it's appropriate, what types of controls would be in place.
Because I guess my interest in a sense is, as we're looking at this inquiry and we're looking at climate change and we're looking at increasing threats, what that actually means in terms of properties across New South Wales, how much growth there is, in a sense, in terms of properties that are in, for want of a better word, harm's way, so to speak, when it comes to bushfires and for floods. Your submission also talks about tolerable risk. And look, I live on bushfire-prone land myself, so we had hazard reduction burns yesterday, so therefore hopefully eliminating some of that hazard. But in terms of the tolerable risk, has there been any work done in terms of changing the metrics around what that tolerable risk is, for instance?
That is a piece of work that the Reconstruction Authority has committed to. It's one of those priority actions identified in the SDMP. In a way, though, that's what the planning system does. So any planning decision is a merit-based decision, and the EPA Act sets up the framework for a merit-based decision, which is giving credence to the framework that you're required to operate in. So consideration of bushlands and other risks, the social dimensions of any development proposal, the economic benefits, and so on.
Can I just put to you on that answer there, just based on what Mr. Palo is saying? Like, at one example, like my contention at the moment would be that we're not succeeding on that basis. So, for example, there was a seniors development that was refused, I think, in Ku-ring-gai, and it was in a flood-prone area, and I think it was the local determination was it really shouldn't go ahead because it's putting quite a few people at risk of serious danger, death, fire. And that was seen as something very exceptional, that would be refused in those circumstances. It required all these independent bushfire assessors to fight the other bushfire assessors to do and it was seen as, whereas just myself, I looked at it and went, that would be absurd to put that development there in the current settings and the circumstances. But I was seen, as was the community, as was the local decision-making agency, seen as the exceptional outliers. We were the kind of mad people thinking that was dangerous. I think the decision is standing, that it won't be going ahead. But how do you reconcile that if our view is we've got these maps, we've got these things, some of them are updated, some of them are local government level maps, and then at the development assessment level, if that is the safety net and the safeguard, that taking the precautionary approach to not put people at risk of death and harm is the outlier, how are we achieving this? Do you think where you sit?
So I'm not across the Ku-ring-gai development. So apologies for that. But I at a broad level, I think there's a couple of pathways, and I am aware of developments that have been not approved because of a risk. One of Mr. Preshaw and my colleagues who's on leave at the moment have worked on not the same but similar development proposals where there's clear risk from natural hazard and those developments haven't gone ahead. So I am aware of other decisions that have been made.
Can I ask just on that, what kind of decision, what kind of developments would have been refused on the basis of, is it fire or flood risk?
The ones I'm thinking of most recently are on the basis of flood, but that's probably because that's more in my area of accountability. I'm sure there's others, but I'm definitely aware of some decisions.
Are they housing developments? Are they infrastructure projects? What sort of developments are we refusing on the basis of those risks?
Look, I might just jump in there. I believe there's been a hospital expansion, for example, that's been refused on the basis of flooding risk.
Right.
But I would, I'm an assessment person, as you know.
Yes.
And I would argue that most projects that have issues like significant issues like flooding or bushfire
don't get to that.
They just don't
point.
get to the point of being ruled out. Once they get to the state significant development assessment stage and we start identifying problems like that, we would weed them out and they wouldn't make it to a determination. That's my experience with major issues like that. And perhaps if I could just reflect on what you're really talking about in my mind is sort of strategic assessment versus strategic planning versus assessment planning. And to say, well, most projects, perhaps when they get to the specific assessment stage, are actually making their way through the system, perhaps that's a reflection that the strategic planning is working and that we're getting the right projects in the right place. But I would say that this is an issue across all areas of impact assessment. It's impossible to pre-plan exactly where everything should occur, whether that's to do with flooding or bushfire or it relates to biodiversity or water or all the things that we deal with in projects. It would be wonderful to have a very clear plan in advance for every type of project and every type of impact that says yes or no whether it can occur on that piece of land, in which case I wouldn't have a job and all the people that work for me wouldn't either. You could just look at a map and work it out. But that's not realistic. And so you do end up with some projects being identified. Maybe they fit certain maps, they fit certain strategic plans, but when you get to the specifics of the merits of that project, they may not stack up.
Thank you. Ms McDonald.
Thank you. Sorry. I just want to turn your attention to agriculture. And I understand the risk-based approach. I just wondering, and I'll just give you a little preface here, and it's on your website, Australian agriculture has a value of 59 billion, of which New South Wales contributes 23%. So agriculture is important in New South Wales, supports 85,000 jobs. With the risk-based approach, are we at risk of, if we take into all those considerations, of wiping out agriculture from the planning process? And I say that because in the 26-page submission, it only appears like the last two paragraphs of the submission. I know it's a bit harsh because planning would, but in terms of the challenges that agriculture face, and you've said, urban encroachment, people moving to regional areas who then complain that, they've got someone packing and picking berries. I mean, that they were there first, those kind of things. What assurances would you give the agricultural industry and the communities that rely on those agricultural industries that they have a continued right to farm?
I think that's a really good question, and the discussion we were just having about flood-prone areas, there's an obvious tension point there, which is that as you move to create opportunities for community development, housing, that naturally flows into areas that are off the floodplain and into important agricultural land. So that's why this issue is so important for agriculture. And if we look to a 2019 Agri-Futures report, Australia experienced 14% decline in land use for food and fibre production between 1973 and 2017. So this is a real issue. Our vulnerability assessment work that I mentioned earlier, where we looked at a whole range of commodities, informs industries, communities about where the vulnerabilities are, and that informs the planning framework. And the planning framework is one instrument, and I think it's probably the most important instrument, but research and development is also an instrument of government, and we think about some of the research that we've done to address some of the issues in agriculture, like the low methane beef, where beef in feedlots can be fed on an algae-based feed product and pretty much produce no methane. Oysters can be bred to be resilient to climate change. R&D plays a really key role. So that's a really important call out. In terms of the planning framework, I think the work that the Agriculture Commissioner has done, and there's a report that's very comprehensive which speaks directly to this issue of agricultural land use and the tension in the planning framework. So I think that's an important one for the committee to consider.
I think if I could add to that, a lot of the work that we do with local councils and regional groups is around making sure they do have a strategic plan for agriculture. And I think that's one of the things we keep going back to go, we need to be able to identify what is the most important agricultural land in the regions, and that are there ways that developments can avoid those, so that we can actually prioritise that land. Not all land's equal. So having those strategic agricultural plans at that regional and local government level is going to be really important. I think the second part is that, as Sean said, as we start to move communities off floodplains, out of fire zones, agriculture becomes often the default land use in those zones. And so there is some further work we need to do with the industry and with our planning for our colleagues and resilience colleagues around how do we make sure that those industries still actually can be resilient and sustainable on those floodplains and in those bushfire zones, because they will be the most important land use manager of those areas. But the tolerable risk question needs to be addressed. And so how can we build resilience into those, such as flood mounds for livestock to be able to seek refuge on? That sort of shared infrastructure that no one can do as an individual, but can be facilitated as a collective. They're the sorts of things we need to be thinking about. What does climate resilient agriculture look like in some of these areas?
I know that when in the few days after the flood in Lismore, I had, in the madness of my mind, had already designed what the entire Lismore flood basin should have been. It's like, right, we're all moving up the hills. This will be beautiful blue-green spaces. We can grow all the food in the world and have fantastic gardens. And then kind of went, oh, that's right. There's all the people and housing and there's everything. It's incredible what you do in these circumstances. Can I just ask, I've got three things. One is the concept of subsidiarity, this notion of decentralising the power in terms of planning and decision making, and whether there is any work in this Department of Planning and the government around. I'm hearing very much like we've got these incredible centralised bodies that are doing some of this really incredible work, including our Common Planning Assumptions Group. We've got our strategic planning teams, and then there's this filtering process through the instruments of what we do. I'm just curious as to, is there any work happening about what we should and could be doing to empower local communities in those decision-making frameworks and the implementation, and also how we're feeding communities that are on the front line at the moment of these risks and these hazards, and what we're doing to get their experience, their understanding and their capacity to look after each other in the frameworks. And I suppose I would love it if we could, if there is some work happening, if I knew what that is, but also this idea that I know the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act says public participation is really important, but we know that we've reduced it to 14 days, 30 days to have input into a document that's very developed. I'm just wondering, how is this concept of decentralising power, is it something that's being contemplated, and should it be something we contemplate?
I think the simple answer is that's a really good question for the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, and why I think that is, in part, the work that I understand that they're doing on the disaster adaptation planning framework. Community is at the forefront of understanding the risks and understanding the balance of that risk that community wants. They love the place they live, but there's risk to live there. I understand the DAP process is considering, or will consider that. So I think that's probably a good question for the Reconstruction Authority. Specifically with regards to Department of Planning, I am also aware that there are instances where various planning documents have been prepared or planning processes have been run in a similar vein. We ran a pilot recently in the Illawarra Shoalhaven. It was called a Regional Environmental Action Plan, which was not within my area of accountability, so I am not fully across the project, but I understand it was a Commonwealth-funded project. Worked with council and some community members on what are the risks and opportunities look like in the Illawarra Shoalhaven from climate change, natural hazard and other factors, and pulled that together and believe did days worth of in-room scenario modelling with various people.
And did that come post the fires? Is that what the kind of...
I know that's been running for a couple of years, and it concluded just recently. I don't believe, I'm not sure whether a final report has ever come out of it.
Okay.
So, I'm just not across it enough to know exactly when the project started, but I know it's an example of that type of decision-making process.
And I just wanted to also ask about the land use planning for agriculture and whether or not the intersection between the uses of land for agriculture and the planning system, whether they're, is there a tension there? Is there a complementary relationship? I know many years ago the DPI developed that incredible land use conflict tool. It was a project I remember was developed from, I think, DPI Wallingbar a long time ago, and I thought it was an incredible piece of work and provided direct inputs into how the planning system and agriculture can work together. What does that relationship look like at the moment?
So we are a referral agency from planning, so we do get invited to comment a lot on developments that may have an impact on agricultural land, or where councils are seeking to rezone land away from agricultural land, or even changing some of the requirements about what are permittable activities on agricultural land. There'll always be tensions. That's why we're a government set up the way it is. But I think there is definitely an appreciation of the significance of agricultural land, and I think for us it's about making sure that we get as much consistency across local government decisions and policies around how they deal with agriculture is one of the things that we always seek to achieve. And that's, so for example, in some councils, shading...
I was about to bring this one up, exactly. It seems like that's where there's a real tension.
Yeah, so a lot of that is definitional type things as well. And so that's, they're pieces we need to keep working through.
So do you think that, so in relation to that, with the blueberries on the mid-north coast, that one's a really big one, and it's been going on for years and years, and it seems like some local government areas managed to kind of muscle up and the industry kind of went elsewhere, and now it's muscling up somewhere else. And so how do you... where do you think the balance is in terms of should agricultural use have that kind of priority over land use planning controls, or where does that sit in terms of the future, what we should be striving for?
I actually think it is one thing for the future, because as industries look to find what are their adaptation options, solutions such as shading or polytunnels may actually be the adaptation option they need to move to. And so we are going to have to find those ways of having those recognised and continue to evolve as industries look for new technologies to actually adapt to climate change.
And if I can just add to that, one of the recommendations that the Agriculture Commissioner made in his report was the need for New South Wales to adopt a state significant agriculture land use planning policy to inform all of these types
That's
of
really
issues.
interesting. I was actually going to ask all of you at this point, do you think that it is the SEPs that provide the translation to the strategic planning work that is happening to the local decision making and the actual impacts on communities and the environment? Is the SEPs still the kind of best instrument? Because I was thinking, if it is an ag SEP, and do we need a climate change SEP now that we've got the climate legislation? Is that something that is happening? And I'd love to know what your views on that are.
I'm happy to take that one, and then other colleagues to add. I think SEPs do play, no, I think, it's not my opinion, SEPs do play a really important role in decision making. It depends on the type of development proposal that's coming forward. Taking a step back, the strategic planning framework is a really critical piece, I think, of what you're asking, in that the local plans, infrastructure, the tension between land use types, it first is considered through the region plan, so a strategic planning lens that establishes, you know, 5 to 15-year planning horizon for different land uses. The SEPs then play a role in translating that region plan vision and set some of the controls for some of the types of developments that are there. Equally, though, there's another level of framework that, for example, with blueberries, a region plan might identify future areas for either expansion or contraction of that land use. I haven't worked on that, but it's a good example of an industry where there might be a need for specific guidance or an industry standard that sets how consent authorities can condition that development, for example. I think more in terms of, you know, the flood and the bushfire space where there's design criteria that are then reflected in development control plans and so on. So SEPs are definitely an important instrument, but there's also other, because there's other decision pathways, there is the existence of material that helps determine a planning decision appropriate to that pathway or that development type. And it's not always a SEP.
One of the other recommendations from the Agriculture Commissioner was to explore the opportunity to establish a farm practices panel. And some of the key parts of that farm practices panel is to be able to almost set, you know, the industry codes to say this is how this industry operates, and these would be accepted as the standard, you know, infrastructure that's required for that industry, the standard movements, you know, particularly for some industry, movement at night using trucks is best practice, but that causes conflict in some of the planning pieces. So that was one of his recommendations about actually let's pilot whether this farm practices panel can establish these codes of conduct or codes of operation that can inform some of that planning, local decision making, and does, you know, bring some consistency for the industry across the state. Yeah.
I've just got I've got one more question. I know we're just about running out of time, but is there you know, it seemed in the past as being quite controversial, but now it seems quite accepted, of planned retreat and relocation. Is there work that is happening that is identifying the areas where those hard edges of adaptation in the state are kind of being reached, and that we will have? Will there be work that, or is that the Reconstruction Authority that will identify these are areas that will have to start looking at relocation and planned retreat?
I believe that's best directed to the Reconstruction Authority. I know that they have relocation programs that exist at the moment, and also trying to get people back in houses who've been affected by floods. But I think they're best placed to talk to that.
And so, just finally on that, what is the current passages of Reconstruction Authority work to planning, DPI? Is it literally through those plans, or is there a more active, dynamic relationship happening to respond to changing circumstances within your agencies?
Short answer is yes.
Right.
We work very closely with the Reconstruction Authority. Part of the Reconstruction Authority is staffed with
They're kind
staff
of
that
shared
used to
staff.
work with me.
Yeah.
If you look at the 37 priority actions in the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, there's a very strong recognition that work needs to happen at a whole of government level, and then also individual agencies are called out. Work is already ongoing on those, well, I can only speak for planning actions, but I know from a planning perspective, we were already working together with the RA and other agencies ahead of the plan being released. We work really, really closely on concepts that the Reconstruction Authority also has planning powers under their legislation. We work really closely with them, and they now have a published commitment about actions and timeframes that will deliver some of the changes that I believe you've been talking about.
Okay, thank you. I think we've come to time. Are there any last points?
Could we do supplementary questions on on this, or, yeah?
Yes, we
We've got
can.
notes on
Sorry,
it. Yeah.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I think,
It's not one of the short ones.
No, no,
Yeah.
that's all right.
all right.
Can I,
Chair-
sorry, Chair.
Yes, please
I
do.
was just going to say, Mr. Primrose, I'm sorry, I should have said before, I don't know why it slipped my brain. The department has a compliance team. The department's compliance team works with council and works with other agencies and does do work around both alleged non-compliances but also proactive investigatory work. It is for a subset of development types. So I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that before.
Okay, appreciate that, thank you.
And Chair, I took on notice the subgroups of the
Yes.
CPAG. I actually can report back. There are 5 subgroups
Yes.
of the Common Planning Assumptions Group. They are economy and employment, which is chaired by DeFi, climate and natural resources, which is chaired by DQ, population and dwellings, which is chaired by DeFi, trends and scenarios, which is jointly chaired by Cabinet and Transport and Freight, which is chaired by Transport, and all of the subgroups have cross-government representation.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, we've come to the end of that session. We'll take a short break and we will be back at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome back. Could I please get you, Mr. Douglas, to state your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you. My name is Graham Douglas. I'm Research Fellow at Western Sydney University, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. And would you like to start by making an opening statement?
Yeah, very brief one. And first
Thank
of all,
you.
can I thank the committee for inviting me here today to give some evidence. I'd first of all like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands upon which we meet today. It's very important in this place to recognise the traditional owners and those elders past, present and those emerging. I wanted to start off, and I found it very interesting sitting through the previous presentations, but the contentions in my submission are that the system is broken. We've had a history of various public inquiries, which I set out in my submission, and in many cases, the recommendations and findings of those inquiries have not been implemented over an extensive period of time. The current system, as it is government controlled and not controlled by local government or the local people. And I note that the LEP template, which is the guiding principle at the local level, is essentially a matter that has to be adhered to. The variations available to people in terms of that template are very small. In relation to planning proposals, we've heard that we are using a move to risk-based. They are not risk-based. Planning for bushfire protection, which sets out the strategic planning principles, does not discuss risk, nor does it address climate change. We've had historical zonings that have been established over many years, and good examples of those are Knights Hill, which is near Port Stephens. It's an area of koala habitat, extensive bushland, high bushfire hazard, and has been sitting there zoned to be developed for many years. Recently, that proposals for that area have been rejected, but it's still on the cards. We've had recently the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry, which have made key recommendations, and I point to recommendations 27 and 28 specifically in relation to that. And there are matters that have been responded to that which are actually not related to the recommendations. We are not adapting. Bushfire-prone land mapping is not keeping up to date, and there are major problems in its implementation. We heard earlier today discussions about fire weather and the FFDIs. We are not bringing them up to date, and they aren't meeting current standards, let alone climate change. And one of the questions I think we need to ask is, what are the metrics that are being used in relation to assessing development applications? And at the moment, the metrics are the time to actually get through a development application rather than the effectiveness of those matters in terms of adapting to natural hazards and climate change. After 20 years, we need to change. Part 5 matters are currently being used for major infrastructures like schools and hospitals, and are largely getting through the loop in terms of bushfire considerations. State significant development also doesn't require formal referral, although there is some consultation for bushfire. The system is complex and hard to follow. There are many pathways for bushfire-prone areas. And we are not addressing Section 415 of the EP&A Act in that process. And in addition to that, we have a system of consultants and various codes that have been put in place in response to various fire events historically, which could be improved, should be improved, but are actually not being acted on. Just by very brief mention in terms of my background, I commenced in the then Department of Environment and Planning on the 1st of September 1980. That was the commencement of the EP&A Act. I have been involved in land use planning ever since, but in various guises. and I was 17 years with the New South Wales Rural Fire Service and implemented the post-2001 inquiries, legislation and planning for bushfire protection, which has been adopted and has been the foundation of bushfire protection since that time. In the last 10 years, I've been an academic at Western Sydney University, teaching bushfire planning and protection. I don't have as much skill in floods or coastal inundation and other matters, but I do believe that there are parallels in relation to bushfire and particularly things like coastal inundation. So that's my opening statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for your submission and providing the that fantastic potted history. I just was wondering, at the moment, the idea of, you present in your submission that the mapping is very flawed, or not updated, or not dynamic, etc. Yet we have heard from government that essentially I think what we were hearing was that is the primary decision-making tool that we're using as we move to inform what is called the risk-based approach. What is your experience in terms of the reliance on the mapping that we have at the moment? How fundamental is that mapping to the decisions that we're making in relation to where people are building, placing themselves, and the risks that we're exposing people to?
Okay, bushfire-prone mapping in this state is a trigger for consideration. It is not a barrier to development, nor was it ever intended to be so. The problem with the system at the moment is it is just a very crude tool that says there is a hazard and that there is, in fact, an area of impact around that, which is the buffer identified on bushfire-prone lands. The problem with the system is local government is charged with the process of developing bushfire-prone lands, and many councils lack the resources and the capability to actually do it. You will see in my submission that jurisdictions outside of New South Wales have consistently recommended that bushfire-prone land mapping should be centralised and done by state government so that they are maintained and kept up to date. I note in my submission that the Shoalhaven bushfire-prone land map took 7 years to get approved after they submitted it to the Rural Fire Service. They're supposed to be reviewed every 5 years. I also note that that's under the EP&A Act and not under the Local Government Act that was indicated earlier today. The provisions for bushfire-prone land mapping are based on a set of guidelines. Those guidelines have good points and bad points, but there are provisions in those guidelines that were established to respond to the 1050 provisions, and so we have a category that basically says you can't use those provisions for local government reserves, etc. But there are deficiencies. The Australian standard and the Planning for Bushfire Protection document requires a 50-metre buffer for rainforests and grasses. The mapping guideline provides for 30. The Royal Commission into the Victorian bushfires identified clearly that the 100-metre buffer that's being used for forest vegetation and other high hazard areas is inadequate and it needs to be bigger. They didn't recommend a specific size, but they did note that 145 to 150 metres would be a better metric than we have at the current manner. In relation to guiding development, it does very little in terms of actually guiding where people will do. The guiding of development occurs by virtue of the zoning or planning proposals that come forward in relation to changing that zoning process. It's trigger for a consideration. It has a link to the Building Code of Australia as well, but it has very little strategic value in providing a strategic direction for where development should occur.
And so, with the, you mentioned about the 1050 code, and that I think what I was gathering is that has led to some perverse consequences. Can you just explain how that has played out? And when I say perverse consequences, I mean including to unnecessary harm to the environment or vegetation communities. Is that something you can just explain to the committee?
Yeah. I might by introduction indicate how we got to the 1050.
Thank you. Yeah.
The 1050 actually arose, and I'm going to work backwards. Victoria has a 1030 and a 1050 provision. The 1030 applies to areas which are identified as bushfire-prone lands, but where they operate under the planning scheme in Victoria, it's a 1050 provision for developments prior to new development taking place from the beginning of those planning provisions. Those provisions came from California. So California used a very similar system where they had a 100 feet system as a recommended area of clearing and trying to manage around a home, particularly a rural home, so that people could actually get some level of protection in an environment where we do not provide in California building protections and other measures that we would do here in Australia. So the United States has a different cultural paradigm about how people build and how they're allowed to do things, etc. In Australia, and New South Wales in particular, we have a view that we should be helping people by actually designing and building to be resilient to those bushfire events. So that was the history of how we got it. And then the provisions in terms of what the perverse outcomes were in two stages. When the 1050 was originally produced, it was a carte blanche. And what happened is a number of developments were taking place or being proposed in New South Wales, and the courts were being pointed to by local government that said, if we approve this development, and this is, in one case it was the Blue Gum High Forest, one of the most endangered communities that we have in New South Wales, post-development, the developer will be able to clear an extra 10 and 50 metres, or underscrubbing 50 metres, out from that development if we approve this. The court said in that case we will refuse that development. It caught the government at the time on the hop because it had not envisaged what the consequences were going to be. They then amended it in part to start bringing in some limitations. And those limitations started to include things like areas that had, for example, a biodiversity conservation trust agreement or other easements. It included areas that local government might identify as being natural bushland in their areas, but they had to be mapped in the bushfire prone lap as being excluded from the 1050 provisions. There were other matters that were introduced as environmental controls, but they were all done after the initial implementation of that code. And now the code actually sets out a number of provisions that actually tries to limit it. One of the key issues, though, in the limitations of that code and the Rural Boundaries Code is there is no reporting and monitoring of what is being done. In other words, if I exercise my right under the Rural Boundaries Code or under the 1050 Code, I do not have to report it to anybody to know what's actually happening. There's a lack of data and a lack of information even as to its effectiveness. The other thing is it can apply by consultation with your neighbour. You can actually implement it through your neighbour's property to give you protection for your house with that neighbour's agreement. And so it was a system of abuse. People used it for clearing rather than for bushfire protection.
And so with that, I'm just curious about whether you know anything about how that's impacted. So in terms of the neighbour, have you got any visibility on if your neighbour was, part of the protected area network or Crown lands? Have you had any anecdotes or experience of how that may have played out across the landscape?
Yes, I have, but not so much with the 1050, but I will relate a development application matter, which I found exceedingly concerning. There's on the North Shore, the old Ku-ring-gai campus of the University of Technology, Sydney, was sold to a school. That site is clearly usable as a school. But in undertaking a development application to get approval for that school, the approval included the clearing of Lane Cove National Park to create an asset protection zone. In other words, the neighbour was being asked to meet the requirements for this school. Now, I believe alternate measures could have been put in place for fire protection, and the school would probably be an acceptable use, albeit that there would be significant bushfire risks on the boundaries, and that would need to be managed in terms of how you would do that. So things like fire protection systems within the site, building controls and improvements to resilience.
So just to be clear, Mr Graham, did the National Park end up having to clear areas to protect the neighbouring property?
It still hasn't happened because the Park Service has not agreed to it at this point in time.
But that was in fact what was contemplated?
That's what was in fact contemplated to be put in place. And one of the biggest problems that's been in the bushfire space, particularly areas from historical developments, is that people have an expectation that the neighbour will clear the land so that they can facilitate their development taking place. And that, in planning terms, is really quite contrary to how we understand planning principles that would operate. If you're going to develop your land and you you have an expectation in the use of that by virtue of a zoning or some other measures that allow you to develop that land, you need to put the controls on your land to actually give effect to the development suitability, not the other way around. And this is reflected, and I did comment on this in my submission, on the failure of section 415 of the Act, which actually does not include a provision that looks at natural hazards as a key decision-making evaluation measure.
I see, because it would refer to, so it refers to things very broadly, like the suitability of the site.
That's right.
Rather than looking at the actual hazard and risk.
So town planners look at things like the suitability of the site or the public interest in fairly narrow terms. But by actually having a trigger that says that we actually need to address natural hazards means that town planners actually have to do that. I illustrate that with a very simple example. Liverpool Council received a development application for a subdivision in Austral. Now, Austral's not the most bushfire prone area in the state and is currently becoming urbanised and will be an urban area in time. But the area was mapped as bushfire prone. The council didn't identify it as bushfire prone, even though it's mapped bushfire prone. So that was the first thing. The developer didn't offer a bushfire assessment report. The matter went to the Land and Environment Court, and the court was not aware that it was bushfire prone land. It got approved and went through the whole processes, but it wasn't until the certifier came along to approve the construction of buildings that they realised that in fact it was bushfire prone. But all the decision making at planning that had gone up to that point had failed to look at bushfire as being an issue. And that's simply because when I'm looking at ticking the box as under 415, I don't see natural hazards.
And so,
sorry, no, that's fine.
So in a circumstance like that, if that had run all the way, is it your understanding, is there anything any public authority can then go back and do once development consent has been granted to change the outcome?
Yeah, it's actually really difficult. And the reason is that New South Wales has a state variation to the Building Code of Australia, which relies on a decision being done at planning to give the construction outcome that a certifier will look at. Now, it can default back to the AS 3959, which is the construction standard for building in bushfire prone areas. And so the certifier can pick it up a bit at that end. But the fact that it got all the way through that planning process and the other planning provisions like roads, access, water, just emergency evacuation areas, etc., all slipped through that process. As I said, I don't think Austral is the worst example of where this could be, but it is a microcosm of the challenge before town planners in local government with the resourcing that they've got and their skills to actually try and address bushfire-prone matters. There's an over-reliance on the Rural Fire Service giving advice, but if you don't find the trigger to actually consider it in the first place, it just goes through and it ends up being built at a point in time when the certifier scratches their head and says, what do I do?
And there really is not, as you say, what can that,
there's
no mechanism for them to then go, whoa, we got this very wrong, or
That's
this is
right.
dangerous, how do we...
Yeah.
They literally have to certify what's been approved.
Yeah, and what might happen, for example, is that if the development is too close to an area of bushland, people are being asked to build to what's referred to as Bell Flame Zone, which is exceedingly costly to do, as opposed to a reasonable building at Bell, say 29. Bells are the bushfire attack levels used in the standard.
Yes.
Those costs are quite reasonable in terms of how we build, and they provide setbacks so that we actually protect some of our bushland. But if I'm building right up against the bush and then I'm as a homeowner and I find that I'm Bell Flame Zone and I'm paying $100,000 or more to build my home, my immediate reaction is to look at my neighbour and say, are you going to clear some of your bush? We have to get the planning right so that we actually diffuse the tension between the land use decision making to build in areas versus the conservation and protection of our environment in other areas. These are where the tensions exist, and we actually need to look at addressing that.
And so with your, so is it your contention through all of that experience that really we need to be feeding in at the rezoning process what these risks and constraints are? So first, one of the first steps to address this is better zoning to better identify lands that really shouldn't be developed because they're fire hazard lands.
Yeah. So Madam Chair, I'd like to put it in two different ways. We do need the strategic planning, and we need to get it right, and it needs to be risk-based, which it isn't at the moment, and it also needs to address climate change, which it doesn't at the moment. However, we have huge legacy areas of rezoning where development hasn't currently taken place. And so we actually have a dilemma that we've got to do the right strategic thing for the future, but we have a huge legacy of areas and we're not addressing how to deal with that legacy issue either. Recommendations 27 and 28 to the New South Wales Bushfire Inquiry. 27 was, we need a strategic approach and we need to address that. We still have not heard from the Department of Planning what that strategic approach is, 3 years after that inquiry handed down its findings. Recommendation 28 said, while we're doing that strategic stuff, we need to actually work out an improved way of dealing with the existing situation. And we need to make life simpler for people in how to actually do that. For example, it can be quite a process for a person who wants to willingly upgrade their building for bushfire protection to improve their resilience. It's quite a process for them to go through the planning system to actually get an approval beyond what they may reasonably be able to afford. And so we have this complexity which is driving the process instead of having just a straightforward, simple pathway that people can use. And it gets more complicated because we have Part 5 matters, we have state significant development matters, and we have different drivers of why the state government wants something to be state significant development, etc.
I don't know about my colleagues, we are running out of time, but I've got a couple of more, if that's okay. In terms of that, and those different pathways, you're saying, your contention, as I understand it as well, is that we don't, so we're not having that risk-based approach identified upfront, that it's something that we discover along the way in various different ways, we're missing it, which leads me to the question, and you put some information in your submission about the expertise across the state and the professionals that I note that there are more than there used to be.
Yep.
But what is your view at the moment in terms of the condition or the health of the fire expertise across New South Wales?
So we actually have quite a cohort now of people over 20 years, and Western Sydney University has been training between 20 and 30 people a year. They're across the country, but the overwhelming majority are New South Wales based, but not all of those are working in consultancy type areas, for example. And some work for fire services. In the Rural Fire Service, for example, there are people who've done the course, for example, in that. The profession actually needs guidance. And the problem that we have at the moment is you can know what you should do, but if the regulator, in the form of the Rural Fire Service or the council, doesn't adhere to the rules that we're expecting from planning, then the consultant works on the basis of what they can get away with as opposed to what it's supposed to be. It's not deliberate, it's not malicious or anything like that, and there will be mixes of competency. You know, you can train people, you can't necessarily make them ethical. And so the problem that I think we have is we actually need an improved regulator of the industry. At the moment, the Rural Fire Service hands it out to an association, an industry association, and that industry association takes a very hands-off system, and there are, you know, issues around how they can raise revenue in relation to that scheme, etc. But if I was a fire safety engineer or a building surveyor or a designer, I would be regulated by the fair trading. And I'd have to meet their requirements, and then they might have support by an industry association. But we regulate swimming pool inspectors. I'm not saying we shouldn't. We regulate all sorts of people who are working in this field. We do not regulate bushfire consultants. They are essentially on their own to do their own thing. I work in the field. I do work. I don't need to be regulated in any way, but I think I should. I should be regulated by fair trading as if I was a fire safety engineer. And the rules that apply to that profession should apply to bushfire consultants equally. It is too important to the public safety and good of this state, and it's too important to our environment not to have professionalism looked over by the regulator who regulates other building professions.
Thank you very much. I know that we've hit our time. Is there any final questions that anybody has? Very, very grateful for your time and your evidence. Is there any final thing you would like to say?
I just think the only thing I'd like to add in conclusion is I would like you, although I've gone into the mud in my submission, it's meant to be indicative of what we could do. Okay, I'm not trying to say that's what we should do, or shall do is probably a better word. But what I'm saying is there's something there that we should be looking at and actually doing better on. The problem that we have is there's huge inertia in the bureaucracy to change. We should be now using a higher fire weather condition in the Central West and the North Coast where I live. I live at Coffs Harbour. It has been 20 years. My research clearly indicates there's been a shift in the fire weather over that period of time, and yet we are not adapting to that change. The other thing I would briefly say, be careful your report doesn't go the way of the dodo as all the others that I've highlighted. You need to think about, I believe, how you can provide practical outcomes for government to act. Because at the moment, we've had a plethora of inquiries and we are getting very little shift. And I've always offered to both government and to any of the parties my assistance and help in trying to do it. I don't say that you should do it my way. I'm just saying I'm happy to inform. And I think that inertia of bureaucracy, and I don't blame governments per se, but the bureaucracy is a really important inhibitor to future change.
Thank you. That's very, very helpful. Thank you so much, Mr. Douglas. Thank you for your time and your evidence. Thank you, and welcome now to our next witness, Professor Warwick Giblin. Could I please ask you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Good morning, good morning, all. My name is Warwick Giblin. I'm an environmental, social, and economic advisor, and I offer my advice through a consulting process. I hereby swear that the evidence I am now about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Professor Giblin, would you like to begin with an opening statement?
Yes, I would, Chair, if I may.
Thank you.
Firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. A special day, of course, being International Women's Day. I'd also like to acknowledge the First Nations peoples who have lived on this land for 60,000 years, and also all peoples of Australia, present and future, especially the younger folk who face the daunting prospect of very significant and life-changing climate change. I applaud the committee that you have picked up this topic to examine carefully. I welcome that, and I look forward to your deliberations. My 46-year career, seems to have gone in a flash, has centred on the practical application of the planning system here in New South Wales. That has involved writing EISs, being a state government developer and consent authority across 5 projects. It's been an advocate for farmers and rural councils on mining and energy projects, including the Central West Orana RES. And I'd be only too happy to take questions on that. And if I may, 4 key messages I'd like to leave. Firstly, that the planning rules ought to provide communities with a fairer, more inclusive voice. Communities want a planning system that they feel part of, where they feel they're going to be heard, one that they can trust, not one that imposes decisions from on high. Major developments are typically framed by engineers and financiers behind closed doors and then, quote unquote, announced and defended. The promise that members of the public can have an influential say via a submission in response to an EIS is naive and simply raises false hope. There should be no surprises, therefore, that communities get upset when they are blindsided by announcements. The system ought to be changed to meaningfully involve key stakeholders in the formulation of a project up front, and I mean up front. Thirdly, we ought not allow the market to be the key driver in managing natural phenomena such as water, carbon, biodiversity, and more latterly, energy. These things, in my view, need to be driven by, certainly the first few, driven by environmental scientists, and I think it's incredibly important with the marketplace playing such a key role in all these matters, that there be a strong and visible and transparent regulator. Fourthly, and lastly, that the bureaucracy has been politicised by virtue of the senior executive service contracts removing job security. I suggest we need to change the system so the public service is encouraged to provide independent and frank and fearless advice. Thank you, Chair, and I look forward to probing questions.
Thank you very much. That's a very strong submission and some very clear contentions about what we can and should do. I'm interested to know what you think. So when you say we need a more inclusive system, planning system that people can trust, that is fairer, that they're more involved in, and I note that you say what we currently have, which is we'll seek your opinion later down the track. This is something that I've been very familiar with in terms of just how unfair and at times insulting that feels to local communities that are the receivers of impacts. How do you see that things could be improved and what early engagement really looks like?
It's an incredibly fraught topic, I acknowledge that. But I do think it's disingenuous to think, based on the current system, that don't worry, if you're upset about this development, you can put a submission in. In my view, based on my experience, that is way too late. So I think the system needs to be changed to require developers to engage with the key stakeholders in an area during the conceptual design stage of a project. And the developers will say, well, that's no good, it'll be out there in the media and everyone will be jumping up and down. But I think it's far more important to try and win some support from key components who are in the community. At the end of the day, it's the community that wants to have some say in what occurs and what's developed in their local area. Well, let's give them a better chance. It seems to me the system we've got at the moment is heavily skewed, and I would suggest biased, towards enhancing and promoting development. Now, that's fine for the developers, be they state or major developers. But if we want to be fair income about having a system that acknowledges and accepts that the community, in essence, that it's all about the community. I mean, at the end of the day, it should be about environmental, social and economic justice, not short-term jobs and economic growth. I think if the climate challenges facing us, if we need any more assurance or confirmation that we need to better balance the priorities and make holistic decisions involving social and economic, as well as social and environment as well as economic, then hey, it's staring us in the face right now.
And so you're, as I understand it, you're talking about going and purchasing. Let's talk in economic terms. Purchasing a social licence, and that is your fundamental first step. Do you say that third party, and you're not alone in this view, I know there's been plenty of reports over many years, but that third party merit review processes should be allowed for state significant development, state significant infrastructure and critical state significant infrastructure projects, the ones that we know to be the most environmentally and socially impacting development. Do you think that as part of suggesting that those merit appeals should be open, that end point would be a big driver of some of the front loading of the system and getting that social licence? So that would be a system that you would see as being quite complementary to make the motivation to actually have the impetus to go out and get that social licence early.
I think, Chair, that's an excellent point you raise, and yes, I would concur with that. And that's, we do live in a democracy, and I think we need to see greater transparency and accountability in these decisions, and particularly for these major developments that we're talking about here. They are substantial and they are material, and therefore I think it's crucial that we allow the provision and the capacity in the system in this democratic country to scrutinise at law these decisions.
And so the absence of merit appeals, do you think that does provide a system that disincentivises that I suppose accountability and the transparency around the proponent's interaction with the local environment and community, because there's ultimately nothing the community can do, I suppose?
Yes, raises a good point, Chair. I mean, I think if the Act espouses to deliver fair, just, equitable decisions, then there has to be checks, and by definition there have to be checks and balances and accountabilities in the process. And at the moment, you know, for say SSD, state significant development projects, the developer puts their scoping report in, and then Secretary's environmental assessment requirements are issued. Now, the proponent is putting in that scoping report, and you know, begs the question: well, who other than the developer and the DPE has been privy to those deliberations? Okay, maybe a landholder has struck a deal with the developer, but what about the community within which that facility, that development is to be placed? And quite frankly, we need to get fair income about the EP&A Act. I think it does need some root and branch change for us to be able to put our hand on our heart and say, yes, this Act is centred around the community. I would contest at the moment it is not centred around the community, it's centred around enhancing and promoting development.
And just on that point, in terms of, you know, just sticking in that accountability frame, it's right that, so the developer or the proponent would have access to merit appeal rights if they're not happy, whereas the community wouldn't have that access. Therefore, the notion that early on in the system, you've got the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements and the proponent and the scoping, that all happens outside of a community framework. And of course, it doesn't matter because there's no mechanism. Well, as you say, there's a mechanism for the community to be unhappy at some point, and then their unhappiness just disappears into their own void. That's kind of the system as it is at the moment.
The nub of the issue, Chair, is the community in effect is powerless until it's too late.
Yeah.
Right? You're fighting a rearguard action to get accountability and a voice to be heard.
And so when you say a root and branch reform, they're terms I often use actually. I think I used them only a couple of days ago talking about something else. But go root and branch reform, at the moment where we're placing environment, social and economic consequences of the climate catastrophe at the centre. So at the moment, as I understand it, really the only considerations, in fact, of climate change come under the sort of public interest, or the idea that we have to look at ecologically sustainable development. Because we heard from the department and the departmental representatives early, there's lots of incredible work happening, to map out what the catastrophe is, how it will impact on local environments and local communities. But then when it comes to actual development and the approval process, these are just things that you consider somewhere along the assessment pathway. Your contention is they've got to be somewhere in the very middle and the heart of the decision makings.
Yes, Chair. I think, I've been involved in this legislation since it started, and obviously we've had add-ons and we've had slight variations over time, but I would contend that it is now a wonderful opportunity to do a reset on this legislation and put, the risks associated with climate change. And to be frank, climate change as a terminology doesn't do it justice. We are facing a major climate emergency, potentials for catastrophic consequences here. And, the oceans are getting warmer. There's going to be a time when sea level is going to rise more substantially than it has to date. I think it would be prudent for the state to be getting on the front foot and being proactive about how they are going to address that scenario of substantial sea level rise.
I think we're hearing from a coastal engineer expert on the impacts of coastal erosion, but is that something as well? So, is your contention is without root and branch reform, we don't have the current tools to deal with the sort of impacts we're facing? Is that what you're...
Based on my 45 years experience, I have little confidence that the current planning regime, will safeguard us to the maximum possible moving forward over the next couple of decades with the impacts of climate change.
And can I ask you, you said you have, just taking you to your current work if it's possible and to the extent you can, you said that you're doing work, and it was in your submission, I think, about the renewable energy zone, the Orana renewable energy zone.
Yes.
What are the sort of things, and this obviously is very important work in addressing the transition to renewable energy. What are some of the things that you're experiencing in relation to the way that new precinct is rolling out across the landscape and how local communities are impacted?
Well, I think what you've got there with the Central West Orana Renewable Energy Zone is a classic case study of what I've just been articulating in terms of the key elements of conjecture. And just as we had substantial mining developments in the Hunter Valley in the 80s and 90s, and the issues around cumulative impact assessment, and that there was a paucity of work done in that space, I would contend, based on the Central West Orana Renewable Energy Zone across 3 councils, we're talking 40 major generation projects, including a transmission line. My experience would suggest that, again, we still are failing to adequately address and comprehend the cumulative impacts of all these projects, particularly on local roads. What does it mean for social services? The Mid-Western Regional Council, for example, has tried to fill this gap by engaging a major consultancy to look at the cumulative impacts, and they've already flagged issues around social services, like inadequate emergency services, fire and ambulance, inadequate police numbers. What will that mean? What is the state government doing about that stuff? Emergency beds, doctors, right? There's going to be in the order of 10,000 more people coming in there during the construction phase over between now and 2030. And these local roads, there's going to be huge numbers of oversized, overmass vehicles. Many of these roads are local roads. They're not the flashiest highways that you've ever seen. Long short of that. So I do think cumulative impacts is a major issue, primarily because we have to avoid local communities carrying costs that are directly attributable to these projects.
Thank you. Ms McDonald.
Thank you. I just want to ask a question on page 3 of your submission 4A with regard to, say, small councils. Because often you'll find that in the council planning space, they don't, as you said, you know, they may not have the staff or the position is unfilled for, say, 6 months or more. And you've suggested that there's a need for an urgent injection of funding. What other kind of ways would you see this, you know, that they do have equity of service or equity in their planning decisions if there isn't this urgent injection of funding given?
How else?
Yeah.
Yes, well, I think that the challenge is certainly, it is a characteristic of regional councils.
Oh, yeah, it
that
is. And sometimes people don't want to go because it might stymie their career progression if they go, and then so they choose not to go. So then there has to be other ways.
And I think we face the same challenge with GPs, for example, going to the bush, or teachers. So again, I think we could try and be creative and provide some economic incentives or the like, and get the professional associations to do more in that space. So to local government New South Wales, you know, I think certainly some effort, a greater effort could be made to try and facilitate that, because it is a huge issue in the bush. And I've worked for 20 rural councils, and one of the areas where they have been short on skills is negotiating planning agreements, for example. And that's a really important aspect of major developments in the bush, where local government does have an opportunity to, in some ways, offset the costs associated with these major developments. Yes, it's a big issue, and I think maybe the planning industry per se could do more in this space.
Yeah, that's a point too. Yeah.
If I could just ask,
please
one follow-up on that. Is there an opportunity for the sharing of resources across regional communities to be able to supplement and support that need for those skills?
Who would be sharing? Like, who's going to provide up the resource, would you think?
Well, this is part of the challenge and the question in terms of one individual council can't necessarily afford those resources, but then maybe in a regional organisation of councils or something, potentially there would be the ability to fund some of those resources.
I think organisations, say DPHI, Department of Planning, could potentially loan or second some of their staff to some of these small councils. Like in the res, there's 2 regional councils. There's Midwestern and Dubbo. Well, they got a fair amount of horsepower. But when you look at Warrumbungle Shire Council, it's quite a small council, relatively speaking, but it's carrying the same res demands and load as the other 2. But I think DPE could provide some assistance in that regard by, seconding some of its personnel to councils like Warrumbungles and others.
Yeah, that's important, because you said, like, the community needs to be a part of that decision-making process. And I'm aware that Penrith Council a few years ago, and it was all because of COVID, so whilst there were some silver linings in COVID, but they were able to share one of their with a rural council because I think he got trapped. He was visiting and got trapped, and so he had to work from Penrith. So there was that opportunity where metropolitan councils could assist in that way. So perhaps that's something that we could look at as well. Not you, but us.
Yes. No, I think it's very good ideas, and you know, my working has been with councils west of the Great Divide, and essentially they all could do with more horsepower.
Professor Giblin, you refer to the cumulative impact. The department, from memory, has done some cumulative impact guidelines or assessment guidelines.
Guidelines, yes.
Are they applicable? Is there, when you say the work's not being done, what needs to be done?
Well, can I say a call out to Energy Co? Energy Co is the planner, in essence, statutory planner for the RES, but it's also a developer in the RES. But to be fair to Energy Co, they foresaw that this was an issue, and they put out a document in early last year, calendar year. So they made an attempt to address some of the cumulative impacts. But I think, based on feedback I have, that, you know, yes, they tried, but I think, to be fair, it fell short of expectations. And aside from Energy Co's efforts, it remains a huge issue for local government in the RES to have these things addressed, like roads. Things that have emerged more recently is water. What's the water supply? All these facilities, particularly the wind farms, are going to need a lot of water. They're also going to need a lot of gravel. Where all this coming from? What's happening with the waste? And it was sort of somewhat into the process of approving or assessing all these projects, and then it dawned on the government, well, hey, there's not enough beds. If we're going to have 10,000 construction workers in here, where are they going to put their head at night? So suddenly all these major developments were required to have, as part of their development, temporary worker accommodation facilities. Okay, so there's going to be half a dozen, give or take, in the RES pursuant to those. So, but it is an issue, and like if you're a local council and you've got all these trucks going up and down, it's not like a mine where you've got, say, one mine in an area, perhaps. Here there's going to be 5, 6, 7 different vehicles from 7 different developments potentially going up and down the same road. So how are you going to hold the accountability on who's paying for the damage to the road?
Interesting. Thank you. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end. Is there anything you'd like to say just as a final, anything?
Look, following up on from what the previous speaker said, committee, if I may, we're fiddling while Rome burns. We have to make some major decisions here if we're going to get on the front foot to address the profound and substantial changes pursuant to climate change that are facing us now and are going to become even more significant. There is an enormous opportunity, if I may suggest, for this committee to make a landmark pronouncement arising from your report as to what we can do to cut through and really engender fundamental and substantial change.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Giblin. You and welcome to our next witnesses. Could I please get each of you to state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And we might start with you, Dr. Kent, if we can.
Yeah, my name is Jennifer Kent. I'm a Senior Research Fellow from the University of Sydney in Urbanism. Do I do the affirmation now?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nikki Morrison, the Professor of Planning at Western Sydney University and the Director of our Urban Transformations Research Centre. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Patrick Harris. I'm a Senior Research Fellow from the University of New South Wales, and I am a Director of the Centre for Health Equity Training, Research and Evaluation. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would one of you or any of you like to start by making an opening statement?
I'll make it.
Thank you.
And thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide evidence at this inquiry. We'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land of the Gadigal people, and we pay our respect to the elders past and present. Jennifer Kent is a leading expert in the intersection of urban planning, transportation and human health, with 8 years of professional planning experience prior to her 15-year career at the University of Sydney. Patrick Harris is a leading authority with 15 years of research experience at University of New South Wales and University of Sydney on integrating public health with urban and regional planning, along with infrastructure appraisal. And I'm Nikki Morrison, as I said, a leading expert in collaborative planning, but also community engagement, dedicated to delivering sustainable, equitable and resilient communities. I have over 27 years of experience at Cambridge University prior to taking up my professorial post at Western Sydney University in 2019. Patrick and I also serve as expert advisors to the Greater Sydney Heat Task Force and Western Sydney Health Alliance, and we sit on the executive committee of the Healthy Populations and Environments platform within the Sydney Partnership for Health, Education, Research and Enterprise. The reason that we're stressing these partnerships is that today we'll emphasise the critical role of cross-sector collaborations in addressing climate change. We all work extensively with all tiers of government, industry and societal partners across New South Wales, but also particularly in Western Sydney. And this region is one of Australia's fastest growing, but it's also experiencing firsthand the devastating effects of climate change, which are now an acute human health issue faced deeply and daily by our community. The urgency of climate change, now epitomised by the direct impacts on human health, surpasses any single legislation or government level. Solutions lie in uniting all levels of government, industry and the community in an ongoing collaborative effort. Before effective partnership can form, we need strong legislative mandate. That's essential. Without mandated consideration of climate change, the risk is ultimately shifted onto communities who have the least voice and resources but are the most effective. So we urge this committee to include climate change object in the Environment Planning Assessment Act, requiring all planning authorities to address climate change in planning instruments and strategic plans. If climate change is not strongly articulated and embedded in state-level planning policies, councils face challenges when implementing local policies politically, but also from industry, and are powerless to deliver necessary change. It also gives a lot of consistency across councils. And we do acknowledge the Act's objective of ecologically sustainable development. Yet we will elaborate in this evidence how concurrently economic interests have outweighed social and environmental concerns. Integrating climate change into the Act can promote a balanced approach, prioritising economic prosperity alongside environmental protection and the health and well-being of our communities. Yet regardless of how extensively legislation is rewritten or carefully crafted, its effectiveness hinges on broad political, social, and economic acceptance of its principles. Legislation lacking broad acceptances faces challenges and dilutions, and we've experienced that in New South Wales. Amendments to gain support or appease opposing views complicates it, resulting in poor implementation, and actually undermines the achievements of the actual objectives. It is critical that we raise awareness of the planning system's role in climate efforts, foster greater collaboration between state and local governments, break down barriers and silos, and strengthen partnerships among all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So you think I'm interested to know more about this, your contention that I think what I'm hearing, that language and the phrases really matter in terms of the legislation. We've heard some, and the policy framework, because we've heard from government that, climate change is a consideration, it's factored in, it's in all these strategic documents, it's there's work happening across government. But then we've also heard that what we've actually got from practitioners who have been in the system, literally at the forefront of the system for 40 years, and somebody started their work the day the EPNA Act commenced in 1980. It was wonderful, actually. And what the evidence that we heard there is that this system is just not working, and it is prioritising and facilitating development at all costs. So I'm very interested to hear more about the language that you're promoting or suggesting that really should be in the law and the policies that we're implementing.
Do you want me to go? Well, I can start if you want. Is that okay? Just International Women's Day, so I don't want to take it too long.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's interesting you pick on the language. I think it is important. We did some work back about a decade ago, Dr. Kent and I specifically, looking at how we could include health and well-being in the objects of the previous legislative review from 2011 to 2013. And that we got close to getting health and well-being in the objects, but essentially it fell over because the community were really concerned about the weight of the language in that reform, focusing not enough on a balance in the system. So despite ESD being an objective, and despite things like health and well-being usually in buildings, rather than thinking about population health, which is our interest, being in the legislation, it's insufficient in terms of the design of the legislation, but also the implementation of that legislation, if the language isn't right and isn't then supported by policies and practices around that legislation. I've got a couple of points I'd like to raise around some of the language and how that plays out across those things that I was just talking about. So the 2021 amendment to the Act includes a brief mention of cumulative environmental effects, and similarly in section 192 about the content of environmental impact statements includes point C, an analysis of feasible alternatives to the carrying out of the development, and F, the reasons justifying the carrying out of that development, and then it includes a note about cost-benefit analysis. And then also in part 8, the infrastructure infrastructure and EISs talks about the determining authorities consider cumulative impacts. So that's in the 2021 amendment, right? But when you look at the guidance that was produced about cumulative impacts that came out around the same time, there's no mention of climate change and there's no mention of human health. And both of those things are major cumulative impacts. So there's no arm for getting what the legislation's asking for into practice. Similarly, we feel that there's an absence of real commitment in the industry to take on what's in the legislation if it's in there. So the task of it was interesting. The previous experts said the same thing. This is a real opportunity, we feel, to get the language right, change the architecture of the legislation, so that the implementation can be facilitated and in the face of what's a really dramatic point in our history.
Thank you. And so with the, so your suggestion about getting the language right, sorry, actually, can I just go back to when you said, you've intrigued me a bit, when you said about the community didn't accept the 2011-2012 proposed changes at the time with the inclusion of human and health, human health and well-being. What was the how do you mean the community didn't accept that? Do you mean that? Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So the weight of the negotiations at that time, which had sort of been, and Jennifer, you might want to speak to this a little bit as well, but.
You go ahead and then I can add if there's anything to add.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Were really oriented in the community's mind towards economic development at all costs.
Okay.
So there was sort of lip service was what the community felt to community engagement, but the real crux of the drafted legislation at that time, the community felt weren't acknowledging enough the need to engage around sustainable development and the balance in the system. So what I'm talking about is that planning's always going to be contentious, and that's in a way the reason why you have planning. But when the balance is out of whack in terms of focusing on just say economic over and above social or environmental, that's when concerns really start to come out, and they become real concerns for people in the community, and that's what happened at that time. To the point at which the legislation failed.
I understand now. I sort of get the idea, because I think there was that departure away from ESD, and we were just looking at sustainable development, and there was I understand now. So it was the concern that we weren't being genuine and considered about what we wanted, what the community wanted in a planning system.
Yeah, it wasn't the health object per se that resulted in that, or the community opposed. It was the overall amendments, I think.
I understand. So do you think, from your expertise, do you think that, I think I'm hearing the time is now, what are the drivers or the things that you're seeing in your fields that perhaps other than the obvious fires, floods, pest, everything that we've seen over the past few years, but what are you seeing to think that now is the time to start addressing and focusing a planning system on these very contemporary, real and future factors that we have?
I mentioned that Patrick and I are on the Greater Sydney Heat Task Force. Heat is not mentioned anywhere in the planning system. We have extreme heat in Western Sydney, daily affecting communities who have no voice, and this is our opportunity to reshape the planning system, and it's absolutely critical that you're right, the words are absolutely, we have to firmly say in the objects that climate change matters. It's a duty for consideration. And then later the details can go into the SEPs already consider it, but also goes into the LEPs and all the other planning instruments. The details go there, but we have no clauses about heat requirements, no standards. So that means that councils have no teeth when they have opposition against industry who want to build things with black roofs, no green spaces. There's nothing they can do. So we must make it much firmer in our right at the top legislative mandate. So we have a task force, the Greater Sydney Heat Task Force, but it hasn't got legitimacy to act if we don't have it really firmly as legislative mandate.
So is it correct, Professor Morrison, that we technically can still just put black roofs on houses in Western Sydney, can't we? I think there was some contention that we should stop doing that, but we can still do that at the moment. Yes?
That's right.
Yes.
So we've got to get firmer. We've got to get firmer with our regulations.
And so also, what do you see in terms of, so on that task force, is there a focus on, natural green infrastructure and the idea that that's imperative and that needs to come more to the forefront of the planning system?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And how do you see the ways in which, I think you intimated through SEPs, etc. So do you think that the instruments is still the mechanisms to operationalise these real things in our environment, social and natural and built environments?
I was sitting in the earlier session where you're asking that of government, do we need a climate change SEP? Well, you're right, it's been listed in a lot of the SEPs. We did actually have the design and place SEP, which got disbanded, and that ought to be resurrected. That had all the right ingredients within it, about green infrastructure, about light-coloured roofs. It was excellent.
That's right. And so what's your understanding? Why did we not do that? What happened?
We don't know. We don't know the inner workings of government, but it was...
There's politics involved, political will at the time. I think the time is ripe now. I think there's much more unity within parties to see this as actually a critical issue. Politics, there's also a very strong property lobby we all know of in New South Wales, which can put a lot of force onto government. But there's a lot of also innovative developers out there who are willing to demonstrate the long-term benefits of sustainable homes and green infrastructure and light-coloured roofs. A lot of innovative examples actually happening in Western Sydney, which we closely work with those developers. So it's not a case of viability issues or anything. It's just got to be a hard, top-level push that this must happen. Because the communities we're representing here are telling us, the councils are telling us, they don't always have the voice.
And so with that, so you're suggesting therefore that, you know, we've got this kind of centralised system and centralised, and that, but local communities and councils are not finding the support and autonomy that they would need at the local level. Was that what you're suggesting there?
I think similar, if you don't, similar to the previous previous expert you had. I think there's a resourcing issue around councils. I think one of the problems with the current system is things like what began with Part 3A back in history. Really did take out local councils in terms of being a major player in the system and how to influence decisions in the system. And I think that still plays out today, that councils feel like they're under-resourced and really don't have much of a voice in the way that the planning system then gets implemented.
Just if I can add to that, I think that the councils are mandated to take into account what is set at a state level. So obviously that has an extreme impact on them in guiding their decision making, but it also has an extreme impact because it gives them the mandate, it gives them the teeth to be able to push some of these things forward that they know are what we should be doing right now.
I think, again, it's interesting, if you don't mind, sorry. Interesting for me, it's the balance in the system again, is what seems to have fallen away somewhat. And I think councils are part of that balance. And not forgetting that councils and local government are the closest layer of government to their communities. So they're a resource for people to work with across the layers of government. And it just seems to me that the answer is to better resource councils, to get councils to engage better with communities around development as part of the workings of government. Everything seems to, at the moment in the last few years, has been centralised to the point when all the decisions come out of the Department of Planning, and yet very few, local government has very few opportunities to really influence those decisions. And that may streamline the system, but again, there's that balance it seems to be the lack of balance seems to be the consequence. And I don't have any solutions to this. I realise it's a difficult and contentious issue, but I think it is a really important layer of government to empower, to connect back with communities around what developments are really happening, and state government just can't do that by virtue of being state government.
And we can give on notice a piece of work which Patrick and I were working on with Western Sydney Health Alliance, one of the partnerships we mentioned, and that's with the 8 councils in Western Sydney. And that was very much looking at how they actually can work together and collaborate better, and they do, and share centralised resources together. Actually, they're better together in a sense, and that collaboration is absolutely critical. horizontally but also vertically. We're not necessarily suggesting that councils, you devolve power to them, but actually you need to recognise their own strengths as well. And as Patrick rightly said, that they have intimate knowledge of their communities, direct engagement with the residents, and so they're in the right positioning. But we do need to build capacity within that cohort of the government. And work more closely with the state as well, be consulted in much more effective ways as well with state government as well.
Thank you. Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. Just wanted to pick up on that council issue in a sense. And it's a double-edged sword in a way, because at one point, like, councils that may be taking a very progressive approach on this, you would applaud, I take it. But then there'd be other councils that might thumb their nose to some of these standards and say if they had full autonomy, well, we're not going to implement that here. So I guess, in a sense, state government needs to come into the equation to set a baseline. And I think we'd all probably agree on that in what that should be. And then the question goes to how that then becomes implemented. I think, Dr. Harris, as you were saying, it's a resourcing issue. We see that local government generally across the board are facing financial sustainability issues, and how we actually resource this and pay for it in terms of extra resources for local government becomes the question. Do you have any views in terms of how councils, if they were further empowered to make these assessments, could actually have some sort of cost recovery mechanism, or how that would apply?
Do you want to go? I can quickly respond. I'm not an expert on the costs around councils. One of the things that came up in a piece of work that we can put on notice for you is Nikki and I, Professor Morrison and I, did some work looking at the 8 councils in Western Sydney and their focus on climate change strategically. What came up was actually there's a reliance on short-term grants rather than long-term funding support, and those are the sort of things that councils then become so caught up in this short-termism that a response like climate change that needs that really long-term strategic support across sectors and across partners and with different layers of government, it's almost out of their hands because this short-term funding issue that they face.
And also with the grants, it's the ones who are very good at writing the bids win them when it's not based on evidence of need. And with the grants as well, they sometimes don't want to take the grants because it's upfront capital costs when they can't afford the ongoing maintenance and operational costs. So there needs to be much more innovative ways. We're actually doing a project with a whole load of different stakeholders about how do you do innovative finance models of green infrastructure, how do you pay for it? Because councils aren't able to upkeep their own green infrastructure, which is a critical issue. And that's bringing in different states of governments. We've got Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, alongside Landcom, alongside actually Urban Development Institute of Australia is willing to come into this co-funded model, and the councils. So there's an innovative way we can pull together and share resources rather than just putting it down to one council doing this. So when you talk about cost recovery, it's how you use resources more effectively. That's a critical way. And there's a lot of duplication of efforts as well. So you could be much more efficient in the way you do this, and you get better planning outcomes as a consequence. Much more innovative thinking, how we finance things.
It's interesting you mention that, because I think sometimes when state government is asked to do something, it can do it very well. But there's the current draft valuing green infrastructure and public spaces framework that's being developed at the moment, and it's the valuation methods, I'm sure, I'll naturally go and have a look at it all, but I'm sure it's very, very useful and very helpful. But then it's then how do councils use that and implement that? And if it's just another great document telling us great things, that's fantastic. But then how do you operationalise that, and how do local governments access, the capacity to then implement these things and influence those developers in their local government area to uptake and make these things actually happen. So I'm just curious as well, and I think possibly Dr. Kent, this might be something for you, but just in terms of the design and architect, the changes that we're needing to embrace to be more resilient and climate ready in terms of heat and those factors. I note in the submission overall there's a proposition that perhaps the codes are not helpful or that the codes are not functioning in the best way possible. Can you explain a little bit around that?
Yeah, sure. So the complying and development codes as they now stand are not necessarily in line with what's considered best practice in terms of construction and livability and so forth. Rectifying that, you need to not go much further than look at that design and place SEP, which had strong and quite detailed recommendations as to what better design looks like. But I do want to point out that addressing climate change through the planning system is not just about housing. I know housing is a hot topic at the moment, and you were saying about what's the urgency around that, and you don't need to look much further than our constrained housing system and the pressure to develop. It's also, though, about the way we move about cities. So transport is also a very big issue. And I don't want the debate to get lost on just the provision of housing, but the provision of other sorts of infrastructure. That includes transport to social and cultural infrastructure and so forth. And the planning system has a lot to do with that as well. So I think by concentrating only on housing, it becomes a bit of a really useful distraction, I think, than looking at some of the other greater systemic issues with the way that our cities are planned and managed. That are very influential on climate change.
This committee is looking at the TOD SEP, in a different inquiry process, but it is interesting that is where all the front-loaded effort is at the moment, and there is clearly you're stipulating that's not necessarily the best approach to be just focusing. We've got to look beyond what it means to just be delivering housing outcomes at the moment.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, climate change is experienced universally, and it's embedded in all systems within our cities. And if we don't think of our cities as systems, where all of those things are interconnected, we're not going to address what we need to address for mitigation or adapting to heat. I mean, if you think about, from my research is very much on the links between car dependency, human health and climate change. And by just addressing housing, we're not doing anything about car dependency. So we could have perfectly constructed, very sustainable housing out in Western Sydney, but if the people living in that housing are forced to travel long distances, not just for work, but for all of the other things that they need to do, then we're still going to be contributing to that 15+% of carbon emissions that come from our day-to-day transport practices.
If I could add something to that.
Sure.
Go back to your original point about language and how we use language in legislation in particular. There's a massive evidence base on the links between what Jennifer's saying and human health. And I thought I'd just table a couple of documents. One is the COP28 Declaration on Climate and Health would be worth looking at. And that talks about a range of action areas, including building more climate resilient health systems, which will be infrastructure, strengthening cross-sectoral collaboration, and focusing on increased finance for climate and health solutions. And I'd also like to table a sort of visual for you which explains about the connections between climate change mitigation and what we call co-benefits for health. And that crosses things like better mental health, fewer deaths from heat, cardiovascular diseases reduced, respiratory diseases reduced, rates of cancer and lower rates of obesity. So if you address the things that Dr. Kent was talking about, and the system takes seriously the things that Dr. Kent was talking about, and that we've been talking about today, you can have these things, these co-benefits for health and well-being across the population. And that was really the reason why, going back to that 2012, 2013 objective, we really pushed hard for having that health and well-being objective in there, because it provides measurable outcomes for the system, as well as it's quite process heavy, the legislation that it is, but we feel that having this kind of evidence base to work towards is a really important thing. And going back to your point, is the time right? I think one of the things that can happen, I mean, we've been around looking at this for around 10, 15 years. Climate change wasn't allowed to be talked about in 2020, right? Yeah. We literally weren't allowed to talk about it, and that's played out in particularly those cumulative assessment guidance that I talked about. You can see that climate change is not there. I think there's a connection from global down to local now in terms of understanding the importance of climate change and the importance of doing something about climate change. And I see this, your task is fantastic because you're an opportunity to really link that New South Wales work into that global understanding of the real problems we've got in terms of shifting very entrenched systems towards doing something proactive in that climate space. And I think the health evidence talks to the positive outcomes of doing that kind of thing too.
And just on that, thank you. That's incredibly helpful. On that, do you think that, you know, talking about those co-benefits and the economics around that, at the moment we have a system that, you know, we're focusing on the social, environmental and economic benefits of a project or the analysis of those factors in a project base. And there's my understanding is the system is very entrenched about what we consider when we're asking proponents and plans to look at the economics. How do you think that, do you notice in your work that is a very entrenched kind of way? And what sort of things can we do to kind of free ourselves of that kind of entrenchment?
I think the New South Wales Treasury is doing work now, valuing green infrastructure and actually looking at non-monetary benefits. I mean, it's interesting when going back to green infrastructure, it's often considered soft, and everyone focuses on hard infrastructure. Landscapes are soft infrastructure. Yeah. So change the language even. We said the importance of language. But I think the New South Wales Treasury is acknowledging that about cost-benefit analysis has to be wider than that. It's not just hard, tangible, but non-monetized benefits as well. As Patrick was saying about the co-benefits need to be unravelled a bit more carefully. And also just as academics will always say, you need to do ongoing monitoring and evaluation, longitudinal research to see what the difference an intervention will make on the outcome and measuring it properly. And that, again, needs resources, but it's absolutely critical. Often we introduce things, but we don't see the outcome of it. So you need that long-term measurement process happening, which is what we as academics often offer, that sort of rigour behind it. So then you've got the strong evidence as well, and how do you measure in cost-benefit analysis non-monetary benefits? We can provide advice there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important. These are not necessarily non-monetary benefits. The cost of not doing this is absolutely monumental. You were saying about how do councils pay for this. If we think about the cost of car dependency, for example, if we started to think about that as being part of a cost-benefit analysis of a road investment, you know, the cost of having to pay for physical inactivity, for the carbon emissions and other health impacts and climate change impacts associated with private car dependency, it would very quickly add up to detracting from the appeal of that road. So if we could get a more realistic understanding of what the costs and benefits of these projects are in a really long-term way, I don't think we'd be looking to local government to be paying for some of these, you know, different programs.
If I could add, just so in our research, I think that's part of your question. So we've been looking at really environmental assessments of very large infrastructure for probably about a decade now. And I think the essential sort of finding that we've come up with is that the point at which the public gets engaged, which is the environmental impact statement, is way too late. So, and I refer to the previous expert as well, who was talking about, you know, engaging the public earlier on in the system. Really engaging the public in the dynamics of how a business case is developed would be a really important step forward. Because at the moment, what happens is communities are only brought into a decision at the point when the decision's already been made, and that necessarily for communities brings a lot of discomfort. And if I haven't got the answers to what the solution for this, but again, thinking about the previous expert, the idea of business cases is so powerful in the way that government tends to make choices and decisions about what to invest in. There really should be a more open acknowledgement of the detail of those business cases than we have. They're very hard to find. And when they are referred to in the environmental assessments, it's usually like a page or two that's very opaque language around which choice was made at what point, and there's nothing about what actual inputs to those decisions were or on the table in terms of data or evidence or even values and assumptions. So I think making that business case point much more open to public scrutiny would go a long way to actually for people to understand what's happening in the system.
I think I heard an economic expert many years ago refer to it, that part in an assessment as, oh, that's where the department and the proponent just go into a TARDIS and something happens and they come out.
Spits out with, with an option, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but that's what does happen, and I think that's. But business cases are a structured process. I mean,
Yes.
the federal government's got great guidelines around transport business cases and development, linking back up to strategic planning, not just going back down into an option. And so there's a known quantity about what goes into a business case. It's just that they're not publicly available mostly. And I think that for communities, while we need to be careful about community engagement being the panacea of all costs, I think for the communities to understand what's happening around infrastructure provision and why decisions need to be made and engage in those decisions would be a really good opportunity, particularly around things like climate change and health and wellbeing.
And we all do a lot of work on community engagement, and Patrick's absolutely right, you bring them earlier into the process, the community, but also you must be careful not to raise expectations if we then don't deliver. So they put their time and effort into these engagement processes, but then if we don't make change, you raise expectations. If the agenda's already set, it's very difficult to encourage people to continue to be involved.
So is it the case then that if you're looking at the system, that the best point, or not the best, one of the very effective points of early engagement, is it at that strategic planning level as opposed to, and the sort of, the community vision level rather than the project by project level? Is that, or is it both, or is it all, or is it all the time? What's your view on that early engagement?
I can jump in. Would you go first? A balance. I mean, thinking of a balance between what sort of advice you need from the community and what the community has got the capacity to provide input to. I think that the challenge from our research into environmental assessments is that the community input tends to be tokenistic, and it tends to come too late. This is, I think people, which I can again send a paper through to if you'd like, or if it would help. But when WestConnect, we were looking at WestConnects and the environmental assessment around WestConnects, and the report from when we interviewed community members was that they were literally told, "This is the best decision for you. Can you please provide us some input into how that decision is going to play out?" And immediately, I think that's people's their distrust of what's going on comes to the fore. So in that case, it probably would be what's the strategic purpose of WestConnects? How do we engage with the community in the strategic purpose of WestConnects? And then go down to thinking about how those specifics around projects play out.
No, I agree. And I think also when we use the word community, we must remember it's a very diverse group. And often they often say usual suspects come forward to give their view, but actually it's how you get those with the least voice is absolutely critical. And also when you do, it's so much written on it, and we've written papers on community engagement internationally as well. But it's actually, you've got to make sure that you give feedback, and it's a dialogue you're creating. There's so many different methods you can actually introduce, and it costs time and effort for everyone, but you've got to make sure it's effective and meaningful, and it's a dialogue, and make sure that you get the representation across, otherwise it's not a genuine form of consultation.
Do you see that, just going back to some evidence that we heard earlier, do you see that just in that theme of monitoring and following through, do you think also that having accountability mechanisms along the way? So one part of the evidence we've heard is that there should be appeal rights for when things are going wrong in the system. And at the moment, we have a system where, proponents have lots of appeal rights and fulsome appeal rights. And there's a whole court dedicated to that, hearing those appeals. Yet communities have very little appeal rights. In fact, pretty much none, really, when you're looking at the things that are impacting communities on a daily basis and their capacity to have a genuine oversight into their lived environment every day. Do you think that's something that could generate, it was just a proposition earlier, that it generates more impetus to engage early? And I'm just wondering if that is something that you've considered. So if there is this ultimate kind of holding to account mechanism, that not only would it in of itself have an impact at the end, but it would drive better behaviour earlier on, because if it's wrong, then it's an inevitable you would be challenged at the end. Is that something you considered in assessment and public community engagement?
I have to say I haven't. I can take that on notice and look at some information around that. Jen, maybe you've looked
No,
at
I haven't considered that. I think it's...
that?
I mean, I think it's an excellent idea. I think what we're also trying to intimate is it needs to be always transparent. So if you overcomplicate things, then it means the community probably will back off a bit more. But I think what you're suggesting is a good suggestion. We could look into this further as well. But I think it's the transparency, because you still have the power imbalances of the proponents who have they can afford to put a very rich planning consultant who gets well paid, who can actually rattle it around in lots of arguments. And the dark art of viability often comes to fore, that they can, the numbers will say that we can't do this because it's too costly, whatever, or it's how you display the information very transparently so everyone can actually understand it.
I mean, I've learnt that the whole reason where the Hunter Valley, for example, is going to end up with lots of enormous final voids and giant holes in the landscape that will go on forever and ever is because there was a business case decades ago to say it was too expensive to fill them up again. It's a really interesting proposition, and then that became the kind of implemented normal practice. And I will never know whether that was the case or not, whether it was too expensive, what is too expensive. So that's it. Yeah, I hear that point about we get those cases put forward, and where does that economics come from and what feeds into that?
I mean, rather than also put it down to the community, it goes back to the councils represent the community, so they need to be more strongly empowered, have greater resources, build the capacity, equip them, so that they can equally represent the community very effectively in these situations. And that goes back to what we said right at the beginning, that you need very strong legislative mandate at the outset. So then they have much stronger teeth to deal with any challenges. If that doesn't happen, then they're absolutely left really hard, difficult situation to be in.
Thank you. I'm noting the time. I could go on forever and ever. I know my fellow committee members know that of me. Are there any final things that you would like to add that you haven't? And I note your fantastic submission with great recommendations in there as well. Is there any other things you'd like to add in this part?
We'd like the opportunity to carry on the dialogue. As we're saying, that's very important. And we've got a lot of things we'd like to put on notice later and continue this discussion. And we can also pass you the open statement as well, because it was crafted by the three of us, sort of careful wording to reiterate the importance of why we feel climate change needs to be in the object of the Act. It's absolutely critical.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments? All right, well, that concludes this session. The committee will now convene for lunch and we'll reconvene at 1:45. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
either of you like to make an opening statement?
My name is Angus Gordon. I'm a retired engineer. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And yes, I would like to make an opening statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Martin Faulding. I'm the Principal of Land and Environment Planning Consultants, and I'll take the affirmation as well. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And I'll also make a short introductory statement if I may.
Thank you. So maybe we start with you, Martin.
Sorry, would you like me to
I think the Chair was inviting, or the Deputy Chair was inviting Mr Faulding to start with an opening statement.
Okay. So I'll be really brief just to introduce myself and my background. So, and thank you to the Chair and committee members for inviting me to appear before the inquiry. My qualifications are in town planning and also in environmental science and environmental impact assessment. And I've worked with the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act as a planner since before it commenced. So I'm familiar with the evolution of the planning process and also the pre-existing legislation that the planning system operated under. I'll just also say I do work part-time for local government as an employee, and I also have been a member of the New South Wales Biodiversity Conservation Advisory Panel and the Koala Expert Panel appointed by the New South Wales Government. My specialty is in biodiversity conservation, and that's the focus, but I'm talking about the planning system more generally. In putting a submission together, I'll just quickly run through what the issues I see are in summary terms. Firstly, the competing objectives of the system and the priorities and the lack of prioritisation of objectives. The difficulty in local environmental plans in clearly articulating objectives and outcomes and making that happen. The standardisation of local environmental plans and the issues that causes for the system. Also wanted to point out that a lot of the focus of the planning system is on new development, and a lot of future issues increasingly will need to deal with retrofitting existing development and renewing existing development, which is a different type of approach. And I'd also like to talk about new opportunities for local environmental plans. In my submission, which you would have before you, I have made some comments on suggested reforms to the planning system, such as disentangling the legislative complexity that exists, and also the ability to prioritise climate change and biodiversity in regional planning processes. I also have suggested rethinking local environmental provisions in local environmental plans and the scope of those, and make reference to the application of the subsidiarity principle in the planning system, which is the devolution of responsibilities to local authorities at the best level at which they are dealt with. And finally, I make some comments on the review and revocation of past approvals. So I think that there are opportunities to make significant improvements to the way the system works, and my submission has highlighted some of the key issues that I think need to be addressed and the opportunities that the committee has to inquire about those. So
thank you. Can we hear from the other gentleman, please?
Thank you for the opportunity to make a representation to the committee. I've been a coastal engineer, coastal zone manager for over 50 years. I've undertaken projects in all states of Australia and overseas in Brunei, Dubai, Kuwait, Indonesia, Hong Kong and New Zealand. So I've had a fairly broad experience. I have actually operated as a United Nations international expert. Strangely enough, I've also been a general manager of a council for 9 years, which seems a weird fit, but nevertheless. That means that I've had a lot of experience with the planning acts for both practical outcomes, but particularly one of the things that I've had a lot of involvement with is hazard management in a broad sense. By the late 1980s, some of us were becoming increasingly concerned that the traditional understanding of climate variability was incorrect, and that both natural and anthropogenic climate change was also bringing our understanding of natural hazards and hazard management into question. In 1991, for example, I was the lead author of this guideline published by the Institution of Engineers, Guidelines for Responding to the Effects of Climate Change in Coastal Engineering, 1991. Just to quickly summarise, I'm sorry, but all professionals, including planners, should have recognised by the 2011 wake-up call that was given when the damage in Queensland that year was such that all Australians suffered a levy on their taxation to pay for that damage, and particularly to the infrastructure. In 2014, the Federal Government Productivity Commission published a report on disaster funding which indicated that losses in 2011 were in the order of $4 billion, that's capital B, and were expected to grow with climate change. Just to quickly summarise my submission to the committee, the New South Wales Planning Act fails to meaningfully distinguish between place-based planning and matters associated with the management of natural hazard risk. Competent risk management of natural hazards is essential for ensuring the contingent liabilities of the community are as best as possible maintained within reasonable social and economic bounds. Natural hazards are vulnerable to climate change. It is essential that the Planning Act ensure that natural hazard management provides for the state's future prosperity, not its downfall. Risk management of potentially vulnerable development has two distinct components, likelihood and consequences. Climate change, natural and anthropogenic, will change the likelihood of events and hence the consequences. It must be also recognised that in a changing climate, all of the historical, statistical, supposedly climate-based information is now invalid. It is therefore recommended that given the social, environmental and economic consequences of failure to manage natural hazards, the Act needs to be restructured to differentiate between risk planning for natural hazards as against what I'm going to call as discretionary planning considerations. A soundly based, second point is a soundly based and consistent regime of risk management for natural hazards, both present and future, needs to be included into the Act. Planning for natural hazards needs to be on an adaptability basis because of the uncertain future climate. The Act requires all potential natural hazard areas to be mapped and public and private infrastructure identified, and properties within the mapped natural hazard areas subject to the relevant risk management assessments and appropriate planning. And finally, a natural hazard set needs to be developed to ensure there exists appropriate and consistent conditions of consent. Thank you.
So does the opposition have any questions at this point?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair, and I'll check. I think that the Chair is online as well, is she? As well, but I'm happy to kick off in the room, and then if Ms Higginson wants to come in. Mr Faulding, just with respect to some of the things that you've outlined in particular, in terms of the prioritisation that you believe should exist within the Act, what do you think should be prioritised, and how do you think that should be achieved through changes to the EP&A Act?
Well, what I was trying to say was that currently there are a whole range of matters that need to be considered, but it's open to planning instruments to give priority to certain issues over and above others. And I think priority should be given to climate change related issues, particularly mitigation of climate change impacts and also mitigation of emissions. and also to biodiversity issues and protection of natural habitats because of their contribution to avoiding climate change and also to the natural systems that actually are underpinning a lot of our overall processes. So those are two priorities I think that should be, and natural hazard and risks are also, because they are an additional factor, so they should be prioritised above some of the other issues. I think the important point is that a lot of the prioritisation should be done at a local level, because prioritising biodiversity above housing in some areas is not appropriate, whereas in other areas it would be, for instance. So it's a nuanced approach, but it's enabling the legislation to actually give priority to some of the issues that are more important than others.
So you would envisage that being set effectively, that the EP&A Act would empower councils through their LEPs or the like to be able to work out that prioritisation, or by some other objective standard?
I think it could be done at the LEP level. It could also be done through state policies as well.
Okay. And with respect, you made an interesting point in terms of how the Act is currently geared towards new developments rather than potentially the adaptations or the retrofitting and the like. Would you see reform there being done through a new Act or through the EP&A Act and some new provisions? Or
if you look at my submission, I made a suggestion for reframing the legislation, both governing planning and also building and development and also management, because they're slightly separate issues. And I think that there are opportunities to deal with those matters of retrofitting and change through a building standards legislation framework, rather than through a planning framework, which essentially is determining what happens where, what the objectives are and what the priorities should be.
In a sense, is the EP&A Act trying to do too much in it?
I think at the moment probably the answer to that is yes, particularly since the inclusion of building issues into the Act in, I think, 1993. It's been trying to do too much at two different levels.
Thank you. And with respect to the subsidiarity principle as well, and devolution at the best level, how would you envisage that would be determined?
I think it's important to recognise what the subsidiarity principle is, which is to devolve the decision-making power to the lowest level closest to the effect of the decision. And it will vary according to the type of decision. And I think by default, a lot of the decisions we're dealing with at the planning space are probably local in effect, and that a lot of the historical evolution of the planning system has been to increasingly centralised power, whereas the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, when it was first envisaged, involved councils fulfilling a fairly strong role both in the preparation of local environmental plans and through the approval processes. So I think that those concepts are in the legislation as it was originally framed. It's been a lot of the practice that has changed from that, and I think there is the application of the subsidiarity principle really depends on what the priorities are that are identified in the legislation and at the state level, but with the decisions falling into that as a later point.
And a last question for Mr. Gordon. You outlined a fairly extensive background and experience, both domestically and internationally as well. From your experience there, do you see other jurisdictions that do it better, and what can we learn from them?
Yes, surprisingly, one of the jurisdictions that does it very well is California in the States. Another one that does it extremely well is the Netherlands. Britain has a little bit of a piecemeal between them, but certainly in California, some of the legislation there is quite exceptional, particularly when it comes to hazard management.
Thank you. I'll wait for the voice of God now to come in and direct us again.
Would that be my voice of God?
Well, yes, you've replaced Mr. Ruddick, I suspect, in that regard. So,
Yes, happy to hand over to the goddess.
Thank you. Just noting, I am literally stuck in an elevator and there's some wonderful technicians out there shouting very loudly. I was just wondering, Mr. Faulding, if you could explain what you, in your submission, you put forward what I found quite a compelling case for simplification and reform. How do you anticipate that all of this incredible work that is happening right now within government, within the Reconstruction Authority, within the strategic planning, across all departments, teams, how do you envisage that work actually comes through the system to the development, assessment and approvals and refusals process?
That's a really big question, and I think we've seen that a lot of work in the past hasn't flowed through. In terms of, I think that one of the difficulties is that a lot of the work that's done at high levels is very generalised, and I think at the development assessment and specific site scale, it really needs very clear interpretation of that is meaningful for that development. And I think a lot of the generic intent is often quite difficult to apply at the site scale without good practitioners who actually have the autonomy to balance the relevant decisions at the local scale and the competing objectives, and to actually have some guidance about how they should be applying that. So I think it's partly because of the broad, say, regional plans or policy work at the state level is written in a way that makes it very difficult to apply. And I think it's the standard, a lot of the communication and documentation and the lack of local understanding in terms of how it might be achieved in practice that is part of the difficulty. I hope that answers it to some extent, but it's a very difficult question.
Yeah, thank you. And so with the idea of distributing power and taking it from that sort of centralised system that we have right now, what needs to happen? Are you literally referring to it would be local government? And what needs to happen to sort of, from your experience, to reinvigorate that process?
I think, as I put in my submission, there are a lot of different elements to the planning system, and I think you have to take each of them separately. But just to give an example of one thing that I have done work on recently, and that is the standard instrument local environmental plan, which I think is particularly limiting for councils in responding to particularly risk issues. And I think risk needs to be a fundamental part of the planning system. And in one of the attachments to my submission, I did outline a schematic approach to the planning system. I think it's figure 3 in one of the first attachment, that really tries to bring together all the parts of that. And if you look at the regulatory part and the local environmental plans, which are a fundamental system of the development control process in the New South Wales system, I think that's really hampered in responding to a lot of the challenges, because we have a system that is designed for the same across all of New South Wales. We've got terms that are not readily in common usage that the community can relate to, and it doesn't provide flexibility, and in fact it's hampering evolution of the way the planning system can be adapted given the issues that we know we face now. So I think, taking one example, reform of that whole process and particularly rewriting of the scope and the content, because the standard instrument local environmental plan is primarily focused on land use, whereas I believe it should be focusing on impact and on other approaches that have the capacity to move us in better directions. That's a long answer to a short question.
No, that was fantastic. That actually does take us to the standard instrument. So you see that very much as something that has curtailed good planning? Because the standard instrument has been in place for quite some time.
Yes, it was introduced in 2006, if my memory is correct. But it has actually brought what is a very complex system of land use across New South Wales, where you get different issues on the North Coast and different issues in Western Sydney to Western New South Wales. They all have the same zonings, same names, and in many respects there are quite different issues. And I mean, take one example is the standard clause that relates to flooding. Same across all of New South Wales, even though the situation, as we know, for flooding is very nuanced, localised, and there should be the capacity to bring good data into local environmental plans to make these decisions clearer and more accurate.
Thank you. Very grateful. So sorry. Mr. Gordon, if we don't change our planning system and the way we are responding to the present threat of coastal erosion and the dynamics of the coastal landscape, what do you anticipate the next 10 years looks like?
I think the next 10 years is very unpredictable, is the answer to that. But I'm not so much, I know I'm a coastal engineer, but I'm also a flood engineer.
Yes.
I just would like to put it to you without trying to be alarmist at all. The conditions are such that this weekend we could have a deep cell form off Sydney or on Sydney, and if that were to occur, we could see 60,000 people in the western suburbs homeless. Now, some of them might be able to be moved back into their homes, but some may never be able to. If you want an example, take a look at the little example of Lismore. And what that tells you is that we've actually built ourselves already with this planning system into a fairly desperate potential situation. It is important to look at outcomes. It's important to look at consequences. As I say, I'm not trying to be alarmist about it. I'm just saying these are actually realities.
That's okay. I'm from Lismore. I remember exactly this time 2 years ago.
Well, the funny thing about Lismore is that I was there in the early 70s. I was with Public Works. And in the early 70s, of course, there were a number of cyclones. And Lismore had similar floods to what it has at present. And at that point in time, the decision was taken to move Lismore or to redevelop onto the higher ground, as you would be aware. Unfortunately, the planning system let that down very badly because it wasn't really it was dealing with processes and not outcomes. And what we saw just more recently is terrible. It should never have happened. And it happened because of a failure in the planning system. So what I believe is with these sorts of things, is from an engineering point of view, you unpack them. You go back and you have a look at what's happened and why it's happened and why we've had these problems. And I'm agreeing very much with Mr. Faulding that the issue here is the lack of emphasis on risk management and consequences in the planning system as it stands. Funnily enough, we have a couple of acts. We have a Coastal Act, we have Bushfire Act, we don't have a Flooding Act, we don't have a Landslip Act. They're just matters for consideration. Now, as somebody who's been the General Manager of a council, I've taken a great deal of interest in matters for consideration. All too often I've heard, yes, I've considered that and we'll move on. In fact, there has been no consideration, certainly no risk management consideration, no consideration of outcomes. And it seems to me that there's a great need for a far more understanding of this risk management and consequences, because as happened in Queensland in 2011, it wouldn't be very difficult for New South Wales to actually find itself in fairly desperate financial situations, depending on the circumstances.
And so one of the things that we've heard is that the government, we heard from the government this morning, and what we've heard is that the flood inquiry that took place, the bushfire inquiry that took place, there were recommendations from both of those that we need to move to a risk-based planning system. But we kind of haven't. We're not there. We're still... I think we are. It sounds like there is some work that's happening. We've got the Reconstruction Authority that's developing strategies and strategic plans and around climate and hazards. But what is the fear? Is there a fear that we will just create some more excellent high-level state instruments, but that we will still be seeing the things that we're seeing on the ground and perhaps not looking at mitigating directly the impact of, say, 60,000 people or those kind of impacts on the ground? So what would you say, what do you see that we would need to do to avoid just another inquiry that tells us what we need to do?
I think the most important thing is, in fact, to be able to specify the outcomes that are required. That isn't clear. And what the emphasis tends to be is on process. And so what you see from these inquiries is process, not outcomes. And what there should be is far more emphasis on outcomes and consequences.
So with that, are you suggesting, with the reference you made back to the period of time where we saw cyclones, etc., and we saw the realisation that Lismore should move from previous floods, but we didn't do that. Is that what you're suggesting, that we need to actually look at where the hard edges of adaptation are and start mapping those outcomes immediately, or making those outcomes the necessary factor?
One of the key things about risk management is when something does go wrong, or looks like as though it's going to go wrong, is that you take it apart and you have a look at exactly why it got to that circumstance. So that that's really a fundamental thing in risk management. I just think that unless we put far more effort into understanding those things and, as I say, specifying outcomes. If you look at the Coastal Act, is interesting, because the Coastal Act starts off with a page of objects, and those objects are extremely good. They're the objects that one should be looking for, the state should be looking for, achieving in the coastal zone. And guess what? The SEP makes no reference to the objects. Nothing, and the general development of the plans, the coastal zone management plans, the ones that I've seen, they might make some cursory mention of the objects, but we have these objects that were stated as being what the government wanted to see as the outcomes. But it stops there. Once you get into the process, it gets lost.
So the failure, so there's a disconnect.
A total disconnect.
And the failure is happening between these objects and then actually implementing them and requiring them to be implemented.
And getting the outcomes that the objects are aimed at achieving.
Yeah.
I mean, the state is setting something. The state is setting something that to be done, and then the whole lot gets buried in process.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Primrose.
May I just ask, I'm not an engineer, okay? Plane in the air, plane crashes, everyone looks at what the problem was and then says, well, we want to improve the safety. And to improve the safety, they then have a checklist that then includes that they need to make sure the bolts are actually put back onto the door, right? So you actually improve, there's agreement on the outcomes, but the secret to improving the outcomes is actually to make sure the process is followed through. Not disagreeing with you, I'm just trying to understand, other than having laissez-faire to say we want things to work out properly, how do you achieve that without having a process to ensure that this is all taken into account? And how do you do that without simply having criticisms that you're simply imposing more red tape?
Yeah, look, I have no problem at all with having processes. I think that's essential. But what you don't want is the processes to dominate the outcomes. And at all times you need to be fitting the processes to achieving the outcomes. That's the key. As somebody, as an engineer and as somebody who's worked offshore for many, many years, in fact, I'd hate to think about where we'd stand in OH&S issues today with some of the work we did. We were often taking risks, but what we always did was when we knew that we were taking a risk, afterwards we would sit down, work our way through what it was and what we needed to change to make sure that that was managed properly. That's not happening.
And so, so in terms of how we actually pivot a planning system that we have now to having it so that it can properly address the risks that we have in front of us now, fires, floods, as Mr. Foulding has articulated, the loss of biodiversity. In order to do that, you think that we need to stipulate the outcomes that we want to achieve, and that would those outcomes be the thing contained in the written law?
Yeah, my answer to that is definitely.
Yeah.
I think that that's the key thing. The state can play a very important role of leadership in what the outcomes are, and the state needs to play that role because it is the state at the end of the day that becomes the ultimate insurer for things going wrong. And so it's the state that suffers financially when things go wrong, as was shown in Queensland. And that Productivity Commission report in 2014 is a very interesting document because it demonstrates quite clearly that there needs to be much clearer objects. There must be much clearer outcomes that are being sought, and the process just needs to fit that, not the outcomes fit the process.
We heard that, that there's work happening about the proper valuation of green or natural infrastructure, and that Treasury is doing that work. Do you see that, in your experience, what have been the primary, I suppose, inhibitors? I hear the standard instrument has provided an inhibitor to good outcomes on the ground for addressing the challenges in the landscape and in communities. What other inhibitors have you seen, or constraints to being able to have people who are in positions that want to do things to make the planning system work for, to address impacts of climate change and hazards, and what are some of the other inhibitors?
One of the keys, I think, to the original Planning Act was the LEPs and DCP structure. In my experience, I was General Manager of Pittwater Council at a time when it had developed a large number of DCPs with the community. The DCPs were very detailed, and in fact they were extremely good at ensuring that you got the outcomes that the community and the state wanted. Over time, the DCPs have become meaningless, useless documents. Neither the courts nor developers nor members of the community take much notice of them. And yet they were, if you looked at the original Act, the key to implementation.
So is that suggesting, so are you suggesting that actually the UPNA Act in its original sort of vision and iteration was actually had the architecture for good and successful planning outcomes that could have been readily adapted to the challenges of today?
Yes, I believe that quite strongly. I was involved in developing the Coastal Act at that time, and so I had a number of dealings with John Whitehouse, who was putting together the P&A Act, and I mean, he's a very intelligent person who I think put together quite an amazing structure. So I think that the ideas were there. It's just been changed over time. And as I said, the crippling thing has been the changes to the DCPs. That's been really crippling from the point of view of implementing risk management. The other interesting thing, of course, is that, as Mr. Faulding was saying, when I saw the standard instrument for the first time and when they were bringing it out, I said, this is crazy. This is one size fits all. And yet the differences between the cultures in the community, the land in the community, the risks that the community is exposed to. I mean, Broken Hill doesn't have much exposure to coastal erosion at this point in time. But
you're not telling us you expect that, do you? No, sorry. Yeah.
I think I just threw that in. Yes, sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
But what I'm saying is that really the standard instrument takes away, as Mr. Faulding said, from being able to really address the issues that are local, and they are complex. Pittwater, for example, landslip. There's around about half the properties are affected by landslip. But if you go to anywhere else, maybe in the eastern suburbs or the western suburbs, there may be only very few properties affected by landslip.
Just in relation to your, I realise the time, and I'm sorry, I got stuck in a lift, and that's why we're a little bit running past time, so I apologise, but we might just keep going if it's okay for another couple of minutes. In relation to your flood expertise, we've heard that we are relying on, we rely on mapping and modelling. What's your understanding of the state and condition, if you have a view of that, of the state flooding mapping that we rely on at the moment in order to provide consultants of development projects and planning proposals? What's your view on the mapping and the modelling that they're relying on across the state at the moment?
Well, as somebody who's been involved in mapping and somebody who's certainly been involved in modelling, let me just say it's as much an art as a science. And it's taken for granted that it is far more accurate and far more precise than what it is in reality. And that, the interesting thing here is, in particular, let me just use an example. We keep talking about things like the 1 in 100 year storm. Now, as I pointed out in my submission, the fact is that's something that was made up to try to make it easier for the community to understand. It's not a 1 in 100 year, it's a 1% probability each year. But it's only a 1% probability each year at the moment, because as climate changes, it won't be a 1% anymore, it'll be a 2% or 3% or more. So this is the thing that needs to be understood, that the very basis that we're putting our flooding together on, it isn't adaptive. It's very fixed to formulas, and which do not reflect the accuracy of both the information we have nor the processes and methodology we use.
Thank you. And Mr. Faulding, one of the issues that has been presented to the inquiry in submissions is a practice of development consent being granted for developments, and then those developments commencing to a degree but not really visibly, and then some years later these developments arise and local communities kind of horrified, and if you looked at the development assessment lens now, those developments unlikely would get approval today. What do you say as we understand it, some people refer to them as zombie developments. What's your understanding and experience in local government about the capacity and the ability to do anything about that?
Okay, my experience, I have been involved in one case in the Hunter Valley where a mine was approved and it's basically physically commenced because they built a dam, and then the mine work actually started 20 years later. So the environmental impact assessment that was done for that was quite different to the impact that it would have been when it actually happened. So I think it's a real problem. I think that there is the capacity, in my understanding, that development consents are able to be revoked in the Act as it stands now. The general culture within councils is that that is impossible to do. Also, it's impossible in the view of most people, once land is zoned for a particular purpose, that it can be in the common language backzoned. That's also possible to do, and I've been involved in one case in Lake Macquarie City Council where an industrial development in high biodiversity land with a lot of threatened species, 40 hectares of industrial development, the development was refused in the courts, and we subsequently as a council and got the state government's approval to rezone that as environment protection. So I think it shows that things can change. It's just that people don't believe that it's possible, and that there's not really the evidence that makes that happen in practice. So I think that probably needs to be, in the context of the changes we're seeing going forward, needs to be recognised that land use should not be able to be fixed in time forever, and that circumstances do change, and that things need to be appropriate at the time that the development commences or is approved. So, I mean, that was the intent of having a limited time period on development consents, that you couldn't have a consent forever. And I think it really needs to be looked at in terms of reviewing what commencement actually means. And I think that's a definitional issue in the legislation, because in my experience that before the EP&A Act came into effect, it was a different term for commencement, and I think it was substantial commencement, if my recollection is the case, whereas now it's physical commencement, which is a different thing. So I think there would be mechanisms that could be introduced quite easily to develop criteria for when it's appropriate to be able to review the validity of a consent.
Thank you. Mr Primrose.
Just how does the planning system currently, if at all, allow for transferable development rights? For example, if as a consequence of climate change, a prior planning approval, you understand where I'm coming from, is found not to be appropriate anymore, is there an ability to transfer those development rights to somewhere else?
That's a really interesting question you ask, and I probably can't do it in the time available. But I think that my experience with transferable development rights is one specific case study, which is the Gosford Gosford Interim Development Order, actually, and that enabled land rights to be transferred from one parcel in a different way. But the reason that there's been a lot of legal argument that that is not possible to do under the Environmental Planning Assessment Act because of the current ways that that's written. So it's, as a planning term and a concept, it's been quite well recognised, but it's been ruled out essentially because it's my understanding that the Department of Planning and its predecessors were not comfortable with that, and also it was a site-specific case, and that's again where the standard instrument LEP has prevented those sort of clauses being introduced into local environmental plans to enable that to happen where it's appropriate.
Can I just ask one last question? I know that I'm really noting the time and very sorry. The idea that you have a local strategy, for example, I'll use housing because that's one that's happening at the moment. If you have a local housing strategy, and it identifies, as many local housing strategies do, areas that are appropriate for subdivision or development, and these might be greenfield sites, and then it becomes clearer. The strategy isn't updated. It might be 5 to 10 years old, or say 10 years old or 8 years old, let's put it in the middle. And then it becomes clear that there's an area of land within that was identified as suitable for housing that is no longer. It might be biodiversity constraints. There might be a new listing or a new known something. What's your understanding in terms of a council approach? Would a council, if then a proponent of development owns a parcel of land and that's been in that strategy, how does that work? There's an expectation that somebody who owns land within that area should be able to then go ahead and develop that land? Or is your understanding, if there's a clear case, if there's a case that it shouldn't be developed, maybe it's we've got better flooding models or something has changed, but the strategy hasn't changed because of council's resources? How is that something that's common? Has it happened? Is it something that, and how does that get grappled with?
My experience is that is not uncommon, and I think both circumstances occur. In some cases, and it depends on the individual local government area and then the individual region, and also the views of the Department of Planning, because in some cases the view is taken that once it's identified in a strategy for housing, then it should proceed irrespective of any constraints. On the other hand, some people and some councils take a different view, that if the values are such, based on the surveys and information, that that's not warranted, then that is questioned, and there are circumstances where that doesn't go ahead. So there is not a blanket one-size-fits-all answer to that question. I think it's a situation that is happening more frequently, and I think part of the problem that I see with it is a lot of the strategies, when they've identified a lot of areas, have not been based on research that has been appropriate, and that it is really a legacy decision, and often they arbitrarily draw lines on the map when they should be identified as areas for investigation rather than for areas for development. And that's a situation I'm familiar with in Lake Macquarie Council, and where there are a number of areas which were identified as investigation areas, but the expectation from the development industry and from others in the community was that this meant that they were future development areas.
Okay, we'll have to wrap up there. Thank you so much, and I apologise again for the delay in commencing. Very grateful for your time and your appearance. Is there anything final that you would like to add?
If I could, first of all, I'd just like to point out that, as Mr. Fielding has just said, we had exactly the same experience with the Warriewood wetlands, where it was expected to be able to be developed for industrial purposes, and in fact the Warriewood Square went ahead. In the end, the council decided really it needed to be preserved as a wetland, and we went through a fairly complex process, but in the end it was rezoned to become a wetland. Final thing I'd like to just say is I've had some friends from up at Womberl contact me to tell me that you are going to be visiting them, I believe.
We are.
I think that that's a good example, what's happening at Womberl, of a failure by the council to really take a good look at what the situation is, and I think there's a lot of frustration there, and I think that the outcomes that are being proposed are something which will fundamentally change the area. So I can only say that I'm delighted to hear that you're going there, because I think it is a good example of the sorts of problems that have arisen, and particularly at Collaroy Narrabeen, for example. It's Collaroy Narrabeen on steroids, you might say.
I note those aspects of your submission, which are very, very helpful for the committee.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity.
No, thank you, both of you. Welcome our next witnesses. Thank you very much for joining. Could each of you please state your name, your position title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation. And Ms. Bindon, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Ms. Higginson. My name is Julie Bindon. I'm here today as a volunteer of the UDAA. I'm a fellow of the UDAA, and I have worked in the planning system. I have planning expertise. I've worked in the planning system largely for all sorts of landowners and developers since the Planning Act came into force, put it that way. So that's why I'm here today. I also are on a couple of boards, including but I'm not here in those capacities today.
Okay. And would you please state either the oath or affirmation?
Yes, thank you. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Melvin.
Gavin Melvin, Acting Chief Executive of the Urban Development Institute of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Sue Weatherly, and I'm the President of Planning Institute of Australia for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Hello, my name's John Brockhoff. I'm the National Policy Director for the Planning Institute of Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would any of you like to make an opening statement?
Yeah, just briefly, if you don't mind, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Melvin.
Well, look, thank you for the opportunity to appear. I guess we just wanted to say that Australia is a land of extremes, of droughts and floods, as we know. I think, though, the evidence is clear that climate change and the impact of climate change on our environment is leading to an increase in the severity and frequency of extreme weather events. This is clearly placing existing communities at risk. As such, it is critical that the government, industry and our community work together to tackle this immense challenge. As you will appreciate, development requires an orderly use of land in order to construct the new homes, commercial centres and other places needed to sustain our growing population. In the state of New South Wales, the orderly use of land is regulated through our planning system with a focus on strategic planning and statutory planning or development assessment. We do have one of the most comprehensive, often complex planning systems in the world, which seeks to facilitate ecologically sustainable development and in doing so balance the economic, environmental and social considerations. The planning system is constantly evolving to reflect contemporary planning theories and the most up-to-date methodologies and data. In the latter half of the 20th century, we saw the system move to a risk-based framework around both flooding and bushfire. In 1986, the government released the first floodplain development manual to deal with flood liable land, and the Rural Fires Act was introduced in 1997 to create the authority to assess development applications on bushfire-prone land. This has positioned us as a world leader in planning for natural hazards and resilience. Now, recent natural disasters that we've seen have impacted developments which were planned and built before the introduction of these risk-based frameworks. It's critical that we do not conflate the impact of severe weather events on these legacy developments with the way new development proposals are assessed and approved in New South Wales. UDA's contention is that the planning system does appropriately consider the impacts on climate change of planned development. We do not believe changes to the planning powers or increased powers to revoke development approvals are warranted at this time. The inquiry is focused on the impact of climate change. The system must also facilitate orderly land use in order to address our housing crisis. As we know, we're in the middle of a housing crisis. The New South Wales government has committed to deliver 75,000 new homes on average for the next 5 years through the National Housing Accord. That is more homes than we've ever achieved or delivered before in New South Wales. And that is coming at a time when our industry faces increased uncertainty from high interest rates, escalating material costs, labour shortages and builder insolvencies. So in this environment, the assessment of risks from natural hazards must occur, in our view, as early as possible in the development process, before the land is identified for housing and before investment decisions are made. In New South Wales, we do map bushfire and flood affected land, and it's been done proactively. This approach allows strategic plans to have regard for risk and incorporate that into decisions about where growth is planned. We contend that's an appropriate process. In respect of flooding, as you know, and you may have heard this morning, the Reconstruction Authority has been tasked with developing the local disaster mitigation plan, local disaster mitigation plans, and supporting local government to reassess flood planning levels. Again, an entirely sensible process. That work is still in its infancy. The State Disaster Mitigation Plan was released in February. We strongly recommend that the work with local government, including the process of revising flood planning levels in the state's highest risk catchments, is expedited across the state, and that all necessary resources are given to the Reconstruction Authority to do that work as quickly as possible. We're grateful for the opportunity to present today. These are significant issues that need careful evaluation. It's necessary to ensure planning legislation balances all aspects of the public interest as we address the challenges of addressing the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else want to? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Please go
I'll
ahead.
I'll make the opening statement for Pia.
Thank you.
So as I said, my name's Sue Weatherly. I just want to introduce who I am, my background. I have a 40-year career in planning across Australia, but the last 30 years as a senior executive in local government. And in Sydney, that's been Ryde, Parramatta and Georges River. So I bring some experience beyond simply the propositions from the Planning Institute. And the Planning Institute is the national body representing planning and the planning profession. So we support this inquiry and commend the Parliament for setting it up. As stewards of the planning profession, PIA are committed to better planning for a changing climate, including adapting for exposure to natural hazards, including flooding, coastal inundation, bushfire and urban heat. PIA advocates for a change in the existing paradigm, where currently we consider natural hazards being viewed as contingencies rather than as inevitable. And that change of that philosophy is a key part of our submission, and therefore there's increasing risks to settlement in a changing climate. We have consistently advocated for building back more resilient and planning to minimise or avoid risks to new development altogether. PIA has 3 planning principles which encompass holistic planning for natural hazards. We also outline focus areas for in the adequacies of the existing planning framework. So we do believe the current framework is inadequate and it needs review. PIA also supports improvements to the New South Wales Climate Adaptation Strategy to make it more explicit on the climate scenarios to be addressed and the expectation for adaptation action plans. Particular need for closer integration with regional strategic plans, and part of our submission is regional strategic plans are an option under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, and if prepared, there's no specific reference to the climate risks and how they're to be managed and what mapping's required to inform that, which needs to be the first part of preparing, before we get to preparing any LEPs. So the 3 planning principles for natural hazards that should be embedded in the planning system. The first is to avoid future exposure. This means using informed planning parameters to avoid unacceptable exposure for future developments to natural hazards. To manage the known risks to existing settlement. This is about improving the capability of existing communities to adapt to natural hazards, for example, improving public information of hazard risk and building back with more resilient infrastructure. The third principle is to make arrangements for planned retreat, where legacy risks are unacceptable and cannot be managed. In situations where risks to existing settlement and human life cannot be mitigated, there should be governance and funding arrangements for planned retreat. In talking about the adequacy of the existing framework, we have identified the following areas requiring improvement for the New South Wales planning system to respond effectively to natural hazards. This is in addition to the detailed recommendations made in the previous PIA submissions to New South Wales inquiries, which includes the flood inquiry and the bushfire inquiry. We made detailed submissions to those inquiries as well. The first of these is the accountability for hazard modelling and mapping. At the moment, it's a bit of a ad hoc approach to that, and it rests primarily with local government, and there is difficulty with maintaining those hazard maps with up-to-date climate data as we get more information and we need to make adjustments. And quite frankly, many local governments won't have the resources to do it fully. And even if they do it fully, they're only responsible for the artificial constructs of a local government boundary and can't have regard to catchment or landscape scale, which can mean perverse outcomes with different results on different sides of a street. This modelling is the basis for subsequent planning decisions which determine hazard exposure. Inconsistent hazard modelling between LGAs causes perverse outcomes with varying levels of risk. State government should have a clear accountability for hazard modelling at a catchment scale and maintained with up-to-date climate projections. This will help ensure a coordinated statewide approach to maintaining hazard risks at both strategic and development levels. Accountability should be embedded in an objective of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. PIA has specifically called for improved bushfire planning guidance at a landscape scale, not just a local government scale. The adoption of urban heat planning framework is also critical, especially as this interacts with basics and other design expectations. The next change we would recommend, which is risk-weighted strategic planning. Regional strategic plans do not generally offer a framework for risk-weighted natural hazard planning to prioritise interventions. Resilience should be embedded more clearly in regional strategic plans to better communicate climate risks and community priorities. Future regional strategic plans should identify planning parameters for different modelling scenarios using a risk management framework and adaptation spectrum. Existing strategies should be evaluated by testing risk profiles according to those climate scenarios. Biodiversity loss. PIA has made consistent submissions regarding the need for biodiversity assessment and spatial planning to achieve improved outcomes. It is imperative that biodiversity offsetting is secondary to avoiding damage, and where used does result in adequate, relevant and likely to offset results that meet desired biodiversity outcomes. PIA supports a more deeply embedded climate change adaptation in strategic planning decision making, rather than relying on the ad hoc decision making at the DA stage. To do this, climate adaptation plans should set out scenarios and decision-making frameworks relevant to each hazard and specific to an area, and have this embedded in spatial strategic plans. We've also, as I said, we've also made submissions on those other inquiries, and we would draw the committee to those submissions as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your excellent comprehensive submission. And I note that you have made some very good submissions to all those inquiries, so thank you for being here at this one. I just had something pop up as you were speaking about the design SEP that was in place and then was repealed, the place and design SEP, and just wondering if you had any views on that. But we heard earlier some evidence around, the heating aspect of places, and that the evidence there was their view that it was a very good SEP, and it did try to grapple with some of the heating aspects of, particularly around Western Sydney and that sort of thing. Just wondering if that's something you're cognizant of, or...
The Planning Institute made a submission generally in support of that SEP. We did recommend some changes for improvement, but the principles of that SEP, which was to improve the overall design, not by building, but consider how buildings sit in a place and make sure the whole place is addressed, was an excellent foundation. I think its greatest difficulty was the complexity of the New South Wales planning system meant that it was amendments to multiple different documents and whatever to come into effect, and that just made it a difficult document to implement. But I think the principles and the concepts included in that SEP would have made a significant improvement to local environments in New South Wales.
So you're, so then I suppose a shame that it's not, that it kind of came and went without having a real chance? Is that the...
I don't think it actually got...
I don't think it
didn't actually ever come into effect,
No.
I think. So we'll have no idea whether or not it would have had any impact,
Yeah.
or whether or not any impact would have been positive or negative. We can just say that certainly the principles behind that were well supported by PIA and many others, and it's probably unfortunate that we haven't got to see how it might have had an impact.
Chair, can I just add that following on from Sue's comments, PIA did make a positive submission. We wanted to see the principles incorporated in local and regional strategic plans. We were particularly interested in urban design for urban heat, vegetation cover, and elevating vegetation cover and urban heat principles up to the same level as the way we deal with the more common natural hazards around flooding and fire. And also the other thing was it was another step down the road of recognising a response to a changing climate and having a statutory instrument that embeds a stronger recognition to a changing climate.
And there was, we heard evidence around how, the health and climate co-benefits that can be achieved through that kind of good planning. Is that something that you've...
So from a PIA point of view, we support the design of healthy, safe and sustainable and livable communities. And often those are the same principles that apply to achieving one will also achieve something else. I mean, if you build walkable communities with really good tree cover, which are pleasant to use, you achieve a lot of more outcomes than simply a greener environment. You achieve people able to walk further and walk more, and therefore that's a health benefit. So there's also, and reducing the use of people having to rely on motor vehicles and those sort of things. So, it was almost always, they don't just sit by themselves, they're integrated and have multiple benefits.
So if all of this is so clear, and this is what we know we need in terms of bringing these things together, and what in your view and your experience, and this is to all of you, what have been the primary constraints and inhibitors of this? We heard, and I think you were in the room at the time, there's some views, the standard instrument has failed us, and there's various different views. I'd be very interested with your expertise to hear what has failed, what is failing us. Like, yes, we know the climate is changing and therefore the hazards are more acute, but from what I can hear, we're also talking about things that are just good planning for all outcomes as well as addressing hazards. So I'd be very interested to understand your experience on the constraints and the inhibitors.
New South Wales has a very, I think, even one of the previous speakers said it's a very complex planning system. It's unnecessarily complex in some respects. The standard planning instrument was an attempt to streamline it, but now I've lost track of how many steps we have. I can't work out what the planning rules are for a site, and I've got 40 years experience. I couldn't work out the other day whether or not a market required a DA, because it doesn't say it anywhere. I couldn't work it out. So we have a really complex planning system. And sometimes we try and solve a problem by adding complexity to the planning system, where some of those outcomes we need to start from some basic principles. PIA has a view always that planning should be strategic-led. So unless we have the right sort of regional plans, district plans and local plans to drive the outcomes, and I think the previous spoke a lot about outcomes, so what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve in these different locations? You're then able to write planning instruments that achieve those outcomes. Those instruments will be a whole lot clearer and simpler, with a better understanding of what is the strategic intent, what are we actually trying to achieve, what are the outcomes we're trying to achieve. That can't sit in an LEP, can't sit in the DCP, can't really even sit in a SEP. It has to sit into those strategic plans. And I think the current metropolitan strategy for Sydney was developed in 2016, so it's 7 years old. It was a good plan, but not a perfect plan. It needs updating. It needs to include a proper consideration of the matters you're now talking about. You know, how does our future in Sydney, for example, and unfortunately I'm not a regional person, I've done most of my work in Sydney, how does the future of Sydney get expressed in that plan? What are the important things? How do you know what are the things you need to trade off? Where are the real risks? I think the second issue that's really held us back in some of these conversations has been the lack of investment at various levels, local government and state government probably, for updating some of the mapping and making sure that's easily available. It's all mapped on the same principles, so we don't get perverse outcomes on boundaries of local government areas. You know, there's a lot of work still to be done in that mapping and investment in that mapping. I spent a lot of my career as a director of planning trying to sort out whether or not a development could be approved, whether or not the invert level of that drain would actually work if 50% of the other invert levels were all blocked, and building drains and stormwater drains for a 1 in 20 year storm event, which will be a 1 in 5 year. Is that a 1 in 5 year or 1 in 20 year? Well, that will be a 1 in 50 year event. It's more likely to be like a 1 in 5 year event. So all our drains are in the wrong size. So there's a lot of work to be done in addressing those issues, and we've just got to make it a priority.
Chair, can I add to that? Is that we have seen, and building on what Angus Gordon said a little while ago, we have seen a drift from the early days of the EPA Act. We've seen a gradual blending of plan making and assessment processes, and we've seen a drift to more ad hoc and potentially speculative rezoning. And the net effect of that is that the opportunity for evidence-based strategic planning that takes greater attention of whatever resource management, climate issues, resilience issues, the ability to do sound, regularly updated, well-resourced and valid and relevant strategic plans has been somewhat eroded by planners chasing their tails, doing and responding to ad hoc planning proposals. It's diluted our effort.
If I may add something.
Yes, please.
I think the UDAA think, and I certainly think, that the planning framework under the EPA Act is sufficiently robust to deal with the problems we have, but we need to be very clear. It's very complex, and there's a lot of confusion about the planning system. The first part of the planning system is the strategic planning, and I couldn't agree more with what my other colleagues from PIA are saying about that. I'm also a fellow of PIA, by the way. Forward planning, strategic planning, getting the plan making and the content of the plans right is very, very important, and it has been neglected, in my view, no question, for a long, long time. And I suspect, though I've not worked in local government, but I suspect it's being neglected because there's just not enough resources going into it. We know there are not enough planners. We know that there is not enough money, and local councils don't have enough money. And for the sorts of strategic planning challenges that climate change is throwing at us, the councils, the whole administrative boundaries of councils doesn't work. As my peer friend said, it crosses catchments, it crosses landscapes. It is a regional problem, and hence the regional strategic plans, which quite frankly, for somebody who's working more at the coalface, those are rather nefarious and esoteric documents that never seem to flow down as they should from regional to district to local and into those statutory instruments, the LEPs. So I think the biggest problem is the failure of strategic planning. The other half of the planning system is the DA assessment. And I believe that the DA assessment process is pretty robust. And recently I served for 3 years on the Land and Environment Court as a commissioner. And I see that there is every opportunity at the DA stage to interrogate and look at a development proposal in terms of its ability to address all sorts of issues in the public interest. The objects of the Act need to be taken into account. Each LEP has its own objects, and each zone has its own objectives. And those are all something that needs to be taken into consideration. It's often too little too late when you get to the DA. So it leads us back to the very crucial role of strategic planning and getting that right and putting some serious resources into that. I don't think the councils have the resources, my experience of seeing them, even in the court, getting them to respond to court orders in time because the staff are too stretched is a real problem. It's a real problem. And the resources have been dragged into development assessment. And by far the most resources in councils, I think, and Sue would know better than me, are being spent on development assessment. Certainly in the high development intensive areas of the metropolitan area, we're trying to.
So this is interesting. This is the one of the nubs of the problem, I think.
Mr. Badeghi.
Hands up. Sorry, yes. I think this is part of the concern. So you've got to, obviously the government is very committed to increasing housing supply, which implies speeding up approval processes, greater density, but not at the cost of environmental degradation. So how do you allow, given that tension you just outlined between like a state planning instrument and LEPs, for example, and the under-resourcing of council, what is the way through to navigate that in terms of speeding up the approval process, getting the density we need, but having the proper controls so that the environment doesn't suffer as a result?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very simplistic question, but...
I understand what you're saying. The framework allows for that, and the state government uses the state environmental planning policies, or SEPs, to do that. If the councils are unable, lack resources, or it's something that traverses any one local government boundaries, the state government, the Department of Planning, has the ability to implement a SEP. It's another planning instrument like an LEP, but at the state level. And they can do that quickly. And with the housing crisis, that's what's happening. We're expecting a new SEP to come out. That is something that can be done quickly, and in an emergency where there is a crisis and stuff, there are ways to use the SEP system, and I don't have a problem with that. I think that's appropriate. But it has to be very carefully considered, nevertheless, about what the ramifications of it might be. And it has to involve discussions with the local communities.
So that teasing out that if there is a tension, and I'm not quite sure whether you're suggesting there is, but that perceived tension between the state government coming in over the top with its regional SEPs, for want of a better word, and local councils not having perhaps the say that they might have because of the regional nature of the plans. Is there a way through that, like in terms of allaying people's fears about what that will do to the environment? Or are we jumping at shadows here because those safeguards are already in place?
Well, the state, there's a hazard SEP, for example, and the hazard SEP could be expanded to encompass other hazards that it currently doesn't encompass. And that is probably the best way to do it. It needs to, as with any form of hazards, be based on really good data and research and modelling and mapping. I couldn't agree more with the importance of doing the modelling and the mapping. The technology is so much better now than it was a few years ago. And the state government, Department of Planning, has been good in being the keeper of a whole lot of very important mapping tools and mapping data for the planning system. And we've got the technology. We should be doing it more. Put it in the planning portal. It's about, I think, having that data spatially mapped, the risks identified and mapped, and it being accessible to people so they can go in with their eyes wide open before they buy a site, before they submit a development application, before they start investing a lot of money that may be abortive.
I think
Can
this
I
is one of
just
the... Oh, sorry.
Can I just add a comment about the cost of mapping? Mapping's not drawing the detail on a map, it's gathering the data. So the standard process for preparing a floodplain risk management plan for a single catchment is 5 years and $500,000. As a single catchment in a local government area such as, I think Ryde is 14 catchments, and Parramatta, off the top of my head, I'm going to say it's 10. It might be more than that. So the cost of doing it and the time to do it because of the processes involved is significant. It is a complex computer model that then needs to be maintained by an authority. We used to have catchment authorities and that was their job. When they were disbanded, they handed the model to councils, and the knowledge and the understanding of how that model was created was lost, to the extent it could not be updated. And if you think the Parramatta River Catchment Authority, I think, was 11 councils, that knowledge about how that model was put together was lost. So then that's just the Parramatta River catchment. It's not the, I forget all the creeks, I'm sorry, I've been a little while since I've been at Parramatta, but all the other creeks that lead into that all were separate catchments and had to be updated. So that's the challenge, or that's the challenge confronting local government. Then that's just flood risk. Add that heat risk. And if they're a coastal area, you're going to add the coastal inundation. So this is a big job, which is beyond, it is a resource issue, it's a time issue, it's also the integration issue that can't happen just at a local government level, as in the old Parramatta River Catchment Authority. So they're the sort of challenges that have been sort of left with local government, and I think we need to think about how we do that better going forward. And I think to me, there's not so much an issue about and just picking up a point from one of the other members, that there's not so much an issue of there are statutory plans and there's strategic plans. The strategic plans are also created under the Act, but they have a different legal status. And they're the plans that should be exploring all these issues and giving clear direction for any future SEPs, for any future LEPs, so we know why decisions are being made. Because that's not in those documents. It's not in the statutory documents. It's only in the strategic planning documents. And doing those things right makes the next step, the LEPs, the SEPs, much easier, and therefore make the DA decisions far less controversial, and perhaps we wouldn't have Land Environment Court commissioners.
And I think, to your point, Mr Buttigieg, about how avoiding that tension, I think it's at the strategic planning level, which, as we've said, it's not happening. And from the development community's perspective, that's where making these important decisions, having the data, and being really clear up front, some of these assessments are happening too late, which is uncertainty, both for future development, it's uncertainty for the community. That's where you start to have some of this tension emerging. So I think, as we said, the more can be done to get the strategic planning done, refreshed, resourced, and there is definitely a resourcing issue. As we said, the Reconstruction Authority is doing flood work at the moment, but it's doing the Hawkesbury and Nepean and Northern Rivers. Well, we would say, that's great, but you should be doing
all of it
at once. That data is really important, and strategic planning can then be updated to reflect that.
Chair, can I add to that? I was Principal Policy Advisor on Sydney's Metropolitan Strategy through the generations from about 2005 to about 2013. And in that time, my role was trying to make the trade-offs at that regional scale for Sydney on what sort of planning controls could be made at that strategic level, and then working out what were the mechanisms by which the place outcomes, the ways in which particular precincts or suburbs or growth areas might grow and change and respond to a changing climate or respond to demands for more housing growth. What were the trade-offs that had to be made at that level, so that when you got to the DA stage, you weren't having to deal with, is this the right area because of bushland, is this the right area because of floods? Those trade-offs have already been made at the strategic level. But the more mixed up strategic planning gets, the more decision makers have to make high order, high level, difficult decisions at a development application, or if you're dealing with a rezoning, a planning proposal, dealing with a planning proposal, and it gets very muddy then. It gets more cost. It throws quite significant costs at a decision level that wasn't designed to resolve high-level trade-offs. So the system becomes more efficient, and typically you get expertise dragged off strategic planning to resolve trade-offs at a DA or small block level, precinct planning level, and then the net effect is the whole system slows down, because those resources that would have been doing a city-wide strategic plan or resolving some issues around resilience of strategic plans in a changing climate, those resources are dragged off on a DA or a minor planning proposal matter. So it sort of ends up chasing its own tail.
Mr. Fowler, I know you're...
Just to pick up, in terms of, there seems to be some unity today in terms of actually attacking things at the beginning and investing that time in being able to address issues at the beginning and front load some of these challenges. And of course, when we're talking about land use, for instance, there may be very different views that the UDIA would have to what some of the bodies we've heard earlier today would have in terms of land use. But you're better to have that argument at the beginning, have certainty on both ends, rather than having that at the end when it comes to a development application. Just interested in terms of some of the advice we've heard today, and I think, Ms. Weatherly, this comes to a lot of the challenges you've been outlining. There has been definitely a preference for things to be determined more at the local level when it comes to some of these challenges, but there is the challenge within local government that the resources aren't there to do it. And I think your demonstration in terms of the mapping as well is very interesting in terms of how much that takes from a local government perspective in being able to complete those mappings. How do we get the state government, without just handing over money, so to speak, but how do we get the state government to better coordinate what would be climate adaptation proposals and policies with local government, but empower local government along the way that has that local nous, but be able to lean on the state, so to speak, as well?
To me, that is not a legislative requirement. That's a requirement of will and good intent. I mean, there's nothing to stop the government to say now that we want to begin the mapping for a particular area. And again, mapping makes it sound like it's a simple process. Yeah. Some of this is a bit simpler than others, but certainly not the flood stuff. It's a very complex issue. We want to start that process. We want to work with the nominated councils for that catchment area, establish the relevant sort of governance structure involving those councils, with the councils and the government putting money in it so everyone has skin in the game. But that's a matter of will. It doesn't necessarily, because the alternative is go back to the catchment authorities, and I have to say the disbanding of the catchment authorities, I just don't know enough about why they were disbanded. And it may have been someone made a decision, they've done the mapping, they've created the model, they don't require to exist anymore. But we actually need to think about, you know, is that a model, or can we just do it through a governance, an agreed governance process where it's an agreement of people wanting to do it and do it that way? I mean, most councils I would think, would be very keen to have the help and the assistance, because it's not just planners that are in this process. It's not just the planners in the strategic planning team. You need engineers. You need engineers who know how to read a flood model and prepare that. That's a level of expertise that's difficult for a council to buy in. They normally engage consultants and have someone in there, what would be one of their flood engineers, perhaps trying to manage that process. But it's a really highly skilled area of expertise, and I would suggest it's the same for coastal inundation and some of the other things. Urban heat, I think there's a bit more knowledge out there, and it's not as an expensive process. But if we took flooding, and that requires, in most cases, beyond the expertise of and capacity of most councils. So they probably would be happy to help. I think local government New South Wales are speaking, are also giving evidence as well. That might be a question to put to them as well.
Yep. And just one further question. In terms of, we've had a lot today in terms of prioritisation. Well, firstly, I think there has been some agreement as well around that potentially the EPNA Act tries to do too much in a sense, and there might be other ways that this can be approached. But in terms of, I've lost my train of thought by making that point, but in terms of the prioritisation, I've got it back now. In terms of the prioritisation in the Act, there have been a lot of people who've been claiming that we should change prioritisation within the Act and we should prioritise climate considerations as pivotal under the EPN Act. Just interested in the thoughts of both of your bodies with respect to that.
Well, we have a particular, an established view on this, that the objectives of the Act certainly need to be changed. At the moment, there's no specific reference to climate change and adaptation and the impact of that, and that having to be considered. So we would say the objectives of the Act do need to be changed to take that into account. I would also submit that the requirements of a regional plan and a district plan as specified in the Act are also inadequate. So if you want those plans to really drive or consider these matters, so we do get the priorities right and those things are considered up front in the strategic planning, some additional objectives and requirements out of those plans should also be considered to address that.
Can I just add, that would enable strategic plans to have greater authority and permission to establish appropriate climate scenarios and ensuring parameters that will inform strategic plans. I mean, the future is uncertain with a changing climate, but you can establish scenarios, what-if situations, and you can give those scenarios some status through the planning system that you will, with urban heat or bushfire hazard, be planning for this situation, and you will look at planning for a no regrets pathway if that situation arises. But to take those, to allow state or local strategic planners to have the authority to plan with that type of more resilient thinking, it's great to give them that authority through the Act.
I just think that important on this point, this is where you need to be very clear in the distinction between plan making or strategic planning and development assessment. Because if you start to build into development assessment requirements as an object of the Act, that you must assess the impact of climate change, that is so broad that at the DA stage, I don't think the industry or the councils would have a way of grappling with that. But if climate change is an object and a requirement for strategic planning and resilience and impacts arising from climate change, absolutely. But don't confuse those two areas, those two sets of work that the Planning Act does.
Thank you.
Just finally, and we are out of time, and I apologise. There was criticism, I think what we're hearing, there was criticism that currently the strategic plans are fuzzy, they're not specific, and they're often a bit complicated rather than, and we've heard from you today, they're not up to date. Would you all agree with that proposition? So, because what I'm hearing is, if we're going to do strategic planning, we should do it really well, and we should do it early, and we should do it fulsomely. That's and am I hearing that there should be in that? I know this is a terrible word in planning, but some prescription around how that strategic plan plays out through the layers, or if there are layers of instruments, into the operations on ground.
I can certainly comment that there does need to be a hierarchy of strategic. Firstly, there does need to be a hierarchy of strategic plans, making the trade-offs at the lowest possible level that they can be made, and then having those place outcomes understood in strategies, and then having the planning system mechanisms working to achieve those place outcomes. I think, yes, you're right. That's fundamental.
Yes, and the only clarification I would add to that, because I certainly agree, is we've got to be careful we don't confuse a SEP as being a strategic document. Yes. It is a statutory document. Yes. It is the strategic planning we're talking about is the regional plans, the district plans and the local plans, which are defined currently in the Act but are optional because you may prepare one. and they need to be a bit tighter and more directive. And because the way in which the system's supposed to work, the local plan reflects both the aspirations from a local level as well as reflect the intent of the regional and the district plans, which sits with the state government. So, yes, that needs to be right. They need to be clear and more precise. They need to take this on board and be very clear about the areas that are suitable for development or not suitable for development because of climate change and our adaptation strategies that we've developed.
And I had one last question, sorry, that fed in, and that was, what is the role of community and where community feeds into the strategic planning process is work? Because I know that we heard earlier criticisms that community gets involved very late, and the idea that so is there a role for community in strategic planning?
I think everyone understands that, and that's a broad community too. It's everyone, and you have a say at the local level, you have a say at the regional level, you have a say at the district level. It's actually probably it's the place we really want people to have their say, and so that you reflect those in there rather than having to rely on the fact that they don't take any notice until that DA's lodged next to them, and then suddenly they're a bit, oh, that's not what I thought I was getting in my street. You know, or I can't do this. Why can't I do this? I thought I was allowed to do this. We really want people to be involved in that strategic planning from the top down.
Risk appetite's another one. Having the community's view on what their appetite for different types of risks are. And that differs. A country town might be quite happy to have their main street go underwater, whereas somewhere else doesn't.
I think it's absolutely the place where community should be as involved as you can possibly make it. There's often a reluctance to get involved, but it's an iterative process, that strategic planning. You hear from the community, and the community also gets to hear what the planning agencies are thinking, what the data is, and if it can be presented, presentation's key, if it can be presented really clearly in sensible maps, for example, that everyone can understand. You can have this dialogue. It's a dialogue, and it's a place to work out the risk appetite. It's a place to work out the trade-offs and get everybody better informed both ways. It's important.
I'm afraid we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your time and your evidence. It's been incredibly helpful, and your submissions. And we will now take a break, and we will reconvene in maybe 5 minutes. Yes. Yeah. All right. Thank you all. Thank you and welcome back. If we now welcome the next witnesses, if you could please state your name, your position and swear either an oath or an affirmation. We'll start with you, Ms Walmsley.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Walmsley. I'm the Head of Policy and Law Reform at Environmental Defenders Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jasper Brown. I am a solicitor for the Environmental Defenders Office, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would one of you like to give an opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Environmental Defenders Office welcomes the opportunity to make a submission to this inquiry into the planning system and the impacts of climate change on the environment and communities. In light of the unequivocal scientific evidence of the impacts of anthropogenic climate change, the international community agreed in late 2015 to keep the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. This is reflected in the Commonwealth Climate Change Act 2022 and the New South Wales Climate Change Net Zero Future Act 2023. Notwithstanding these legislated goals, we are yet to see enforceable climate targets embedded in relevant decision-making processes. While EDO supported the introduction of the Net Zero Future Bill, our criticism at the time was that it needed teeth, i.e. for climate targets and considerations to be operationalised and embedded in relevant decisions across the New South Wales Government. This remains true. Our 2019 Climate Ready Planning Laws for New South Wales report provided 20 recommendations for climate ready planning laws in New South Wales. In addition to strengthening targets and the role of the Net Zero Commission under the new climate legislation, a critical and urgent reform is needed is the integration of climate change considerations into the New South Wales planning system. This would involve amending relevant legislation, such as the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, to include a new objective setting out the explicit roles of the planning system in reducing emissions and protecting New South Wales against climate change impacts and facilitating climate adaptation and resilience. These objectives should be consistent with and give effect to the targets set out in the Climate Change Act and the Climate Change Net Zero Future Act. To accompany the amendments to planning legislation, we also recommend the development and implementation of an overarching and comprehensive climate change SEP. A climate change SEP would integrate climate change mitigation or adaptation considerations into decision-making under the EPA Act and ensure compliance with the revised objects of the relevant planning legislation and the Net Zero Future Act. In addition to these, other specific recommendations include clarifying mandatory climate considerations in strategic plan making, providing clear impact assessment pathways, including requiring climate impact statements for major projects, establishing powers to refuse projects with unacceptable climate impacts, introducing specific reforms for green infrastructure to reduce climate impacts and facilitate adaptation in local communities. Also, the improvement of basic standards, revising development approval provisions found in the New South Wales planning system to include standard conditions that trigger a review of an approval after a major event, and finally, the introduction of better powers to vary, suspend or revoke approvals in certain circumstances. We urge the committee to support continued development of a whole of government legal and governance framework in New South Wales for responding to climate change and the incorporation of climate change considerations into New South Wales planning and development decisions as a crucial element of the reform needed. Clear requirements for decision makers will provide certainty to investors, industry, proponents and the community who are already living with the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you about so we've heard quite a bit about strategic plans and SEPs, and your specific recommendation that we have a climate SEP. What's your kind of main justification for thinking that a SEP would be a good mechanism to get the planning system or to get decisions that really help us deal with the risks of climate?
Yeah, thank you. We think that a climate SEP is kind of the missing SEP so far. We have, as you'll all be aware, we have so many historic SEPs and specific SEPs, and there's been SEP reform processes many times, but what we have is a situation where, to some extent, climate change considerations might be dealt with in a resources SEP or in a building SEP. But what we see as a missing piece is a climate SEP that will bring in that whole of government piece that's missing. As Jasper said, we need decisions across government to link to targets. It's not just a problem for one portfolio or one instrument. We need to have mechanisms at every level, and we see a missing piece in a suite of reforms as being that SEP. We'd be really happy to take it on notice and provide this committee with specific elements of what a climate SEP could cover. But at the big picture, we just see that as having a really important role in promoting a whole of government approach to really embedding climate change into all relevant decisions.
Yeah, it seems to make sense because at the moment, you're right, we've got a new act, we've got a planning act, but there's nothing at the moment that is providing the requirement or I said it in the last session and it's a dangerous word, but the prescription to actually go and then implement the things that in the decisions that would assist communities, assist developers, assist everybody with understanding how it is we deal with the impacts of climate or the hazards or the disaster management. How do you see? So at the moment, we heard this morning that the Reconstruction Authority is the big body that's doing the adaptation planning and the disaster risk planning. Is a SEP a way also of integrating those in documents as well? Is that something that you see a SEP could do?
Potentially, yes. We've been invited to a briefing on the reconstruction thing, which we haven't had the chance to go to yet. But what we're looking for is that joined up thinking that links what these bodies are doing. Another element of that is the Net Zero Commission has a potential role to advise on adaptation. That's, as I understand it, the Net Zero Commission is being put together now, it's being established, and there's going to be further detail in their role. It's how to connect their role, the Reconstruction Agency role, the Planning Department's role. I think, as Justice Preston said in Rocky Hill, climate change requires action at all levels. So we need a state planning policy, a SEP. We need agencies involved to have that joined up thinking. We need local environment plans so the local councils at the coalface know what they're doing. It's not simply a matter for one agency. We can't just say, okay, reconstruction, they're in charge of everything related to climate, or the Environment Department over here, they're in charge of this tiny bit. We really are looking for that whole of government coordinated approach. And I think that's one of the reasons we welcomed the Net Zero Future Bill as a first step in setting targets, and from those targets, hopefully more can flow, but a really, really crucial part of that is the planning system. Because as you'd all be aware, despite the fact that the EPA Act has been amended so many times over the years, we've had so many rafts of planning reforms, it's never actually tackled the issue of climate change head on. Like, we still have pages and pages of instruments that do not directly address climate change, except for in reference to coastal hazards, for example. What we really need to do is finally, 2024, actually embed climate change in that system so we get that holistic whole of government approach.
And so with that, I think your submission also refers to, there's a SEP component to that, we would need clear stated objects in any planning legislation, and then you would need to set, I suppose, thinking that through, for then and we just heard, I think it was the Planning Institute, but you need to carry that objective or requirement into the strategic planning framework as well as the local planning framework. Is that your proposition, that, and it's direct reference to climate change?
Absolutely. I think a previous witness was asked about objects, like objects on their own, is that sufficient? And we'd say you need objects in the Act to explicitly mention climate change, but then those objects need to be operationalised throughout the Act. In the report that we've attached, I'm sure you've got, but I've got other copies here if you want a hard copy.
Thank you.
We kind of go through each stage of the planning system, starting with the objects, climate change there, then strategic planning. We need mandatory considerations for strategic planning on climate. We get to development, the environmental impact assessment process. We need mandatory requirements there for climate impact assessment. You get to development approval decisions. We need duties to actually identify unacceptable impacts. We get to climate compliance and enforcement. We need to make sure conditions are actually being complied with. At each element of the planning system, we need to embed climate change, so it is a holistic approach. It's certainly not enough just to mention it in objects, but we need to have it embedded in each of the stages, and as you say, at the state level and the local level, and the regional level too, if we actually get some regional planning off the ground.
Is it your understanding that one of the reasons we don't necessarily have strategic plans and regional plans right now that are up to date, reliable, climate ready kind of strategic plans, is that because they're not mandatory?
Yeah, it certainly helps to have mandatory requirements for planning, but at the same time there has to be that realistic recognition that it takes time to do good plans and do them well and consult with local communities and get the evidence and the data to underpin good planning. So it's important to have a requirement for plans and a time frame for plans, but that's got to be backed up by resourcing to make it happen, because you can have a requirement for a plan that may not get made. So we really need that kind of resourcing and investment in doing regional planning properly. I don't think we've quite got that focus, and part of that is having a mandatory requirement in all planning to consider climate change and make sure that the plans actually factor in things like climate, refugia, connectivity, flood zones, hazard zones, and actually make sure that planning takes into account the local issues involved, where the floodplains are, where we're likely to have climate impacts in the future. And again, a lot of that, we need really good data, information, modelling, so that is all resource intensive, but we see that as a really good process to invest in, because that would give certainty for communities. If you identify kind of no and go areas, conservation areas, it would give developers and proponents of industry certainty if there are areas that are good for development. So I think that is a process, but it does take time to do it properly.
Do you have any, and this may be a bit outside the scope, but the Cumberland Plains Conservation Plan, I don't know if you've had any direct visibility over that, but is that a sort of planning, is that a desirable planning process to be trying to achieve, conservation outcomes, biodiversity outcomes and development outcomes? Is that something?
Yeah, I'd be really happy to provide the committee. We wrote a submission on the Cumberland Plain, that particular plan, the CPCW, so I'd be really happy to provide that submission to this committee. It is a good process to go through, but we did identify some concerns with that plan, and so I can provide that to the committee. That sets out what our concerns were there.
Thank you. And in terms of what's your view on, or experience perhaps, with the standardisation of instruments? We've heard quite a bit of evidence today, and it's in submissions, that was a period in planning history, planning reality, that put serious constraints on the planning system's ability to grapple with things like climate change and local dynamics at that operationalised level. Do you have any views on the accuracy of that, or whether that's a shared experience, it's a broad experience?
Certainly, we are aware that the standard instrument has been met with some criticism for stifling local ingenuity and creativity. I think broadly, the argument for the implementation of climate adaptation in CEP is, well, taking it back one step, more flexibility for climate adaptation measures is needed within LEPs. I think that's probably would sum up our concern with the standardised instrument.
And we heard that, obviously. I think it was Angus Gordon that was telling us, we don't yet have coastal hazards in Broken Hill. I think he was trying to be a bit funny. But, that the idea that this idea of a standard instrument, that example shows you kind of how perverse it can be if that's what you're trying to manage at that granular level and you've got a standard instrument. One thing you mentioned about, and I think it was in relation to the zombie DA thing, and I know it's really been an issue that many local communities have been facing. What's your suggestion about what we can do around, is it providing specific or express powers? Are they to be able to review those developments? How do we grapple with that as we walk forward?
Just finding the bit in our submission where we talk about zombie developments. So what we're recommending, so Division 4.9 of the Act, I think it's page 16, no? We're lacking page numbers. Yeah. So we're suggesting tightening the wording of 4.53 in terms of building engineering construction work is being interpreted in a broad way. The provision should be augmented to require more substantive work to have been undertaken, so that those arguments about whether work has actually commenced or whether they've truly lapsed. And we may, as you can see on that page, we've made a couple of technical suggestions about tightening that language, but to explain it at a bigger picture level, the problem with zombie DAs is that these are DAs that were decided according to standards. They could be, by the time they're activated, if they're never ending, it could be standards set 20 years ago. What we're saying is we need a wholesale upgrade of standards now, so decisions are made with reference to what we need in terms of building design, any safety features, all those kinds of things. So I think Jasper referred to them before in our conversation as dinosaur DAs. If we have dinosaur DAs that are still potentially able to be developed because we haven't tightened this loophole, that is going to potentially undermine climate reforms that we're trying to make. We're trying to lift the standards so we have better climate-ready homes, better climate-ready communities. But if we have these dinosaur DAs, they could undermine that. And the other issue with zombie DAs is the kind of the unknown factor out there that really undermines our ability to address cumulative impacts. So in a climate scenario, we want to be able to know what the cumulative impacts of a range of developments are. So we want to know, you can do that if you know what developments are going to go ahead, but if you have these zombie developments, it's harder to tell. So they're kind of hibernating there with the ability to undermine the good things that we're suggesting be achieved through actually making climate-ready planning laws and processes.
And do you think that, and you may have mentioned it, and I may, but so the planning system as we have it now and know it is, has been very focused around the idea of ESD. Does ESD carry through in, if you were to be tasked with the responsibility of redrafting the EPA Act now with climate inputs through objects, operational clauses, etc., mandatory considerations, is ESD something that still sits and is complementary?
I think there are some really important elements of ESD, such as the precautionary principle, intergenerational equity, that are absolutely important for decision making in plans. So decisions made today do affect future generations. Like, there isn't always enough scientific evidence available. So those principles are absolutely imperative to keep, I think. But it's a really live question about ESD. If you look at the reforms happening at the federal level at the moment to the EPBC Act, the whole idea there is that there'll be new national standards for a nature positive process for project assessment and approval at the federal level. That's going to impact New South Wales if New South Wales is required to meet those federal standards. So in those reforms at the federal level, they're talking about a bit of a move away from some ESD in that concept, or augmenting of ESD with concepts like nature positive. So I think it is a really live issue. And I think for the purpose of this inquiry, the question is, does ESD adequately address climate change? I think absolutely the precautionary principle and intergenerational equity, the conservation of biodiversity, they're all highly relevant to climate considerations. And they've been really important in court cases. The public interest and ESD have been important for reading climate change into the Act. But we need to go the next step further and just make it explicit in the Act. Like, yes, ESD, but we need to explicitly have mandatory climate considerations.
The idea of nature positive, I know that Ken Henry's tabled a report and the Government of New South Wales is to respond to that. But it's interesting you mentioned the EPBC Act reform, because essentially, I suppose, running, one of the things I think the planning system we've been a bit guilty of, is just running in our own slipstream biodiversity laws over here. I think it was Angus Gordon who was saying, we've got a climate act, we've got a this act, we've got a coastal act, we've got these separate kind of streams. And your initial proposition, we need to bring this all in. The nature positive, I suppose, hearing you raise that, has some significant climate implications, because we are looking to many nature resilience responses in relation to adaptation and how we kind of walk forward. So, is there? I suppose the question is, is nature positive something that we should be looking at?
I would say yes, because if you think about it, the climate and biodiversity crises are inextricably linked, but so are the solutions. There are solutions in climate and nature. For example, if we can actually have projects that, restoration projects that have a carbon benefit and a biodiversity benefit, if we actually protect and restore some of our carbon sinks, and they're set aside in regional plans as carbon sinks, or there are inextricable linkages. So we're not going to solve the climate crisis by running down our natural capital reserves and destroying forests. Like, we need to have solutions, and I think we have an opportunity both federally and in New South Wales to actually make laws that deliver for climate, nature and communities.
Yeah, it's interesting. We also heard evidence earlier about the health and climate co-benefits. So I suppose really it's the health and nature and climate co-benefits is what we're kind of referring to in that sense, because that if these things arguably have, if the green infrastructure, I think, and that those kind of concepts are very important and inextricably linked to healthy communities. And surely if we're looking for climate resilient communities, we want them to be healthy as well. It's kind of
absolutely.
Yeah.
The Net Zero Future Act, we strongly supported the reference in that Act to the right to a healthy environment, and a right to a healthy environment necessarily brings in climate, health, nature, livable, sustainable, resilient communities. So we're really optimistic about work that can be done in that area to find solutions and bring these challenges together.
When you talk in your submission about holistic climate adaptation, and then I think you make some fantastic references to some international work. What are you getting at there? I can't give you a page number.
That's sorry about the page numbers. Thank you. Yes, we have. I guess in the research for this submission, we did look at a lot of the available evidence and some of the ideas that are emerging, and particularly in Western Sydney. I understand you've had some experts from Western Sydney present already. So what we've done in that area, we've just referred to some of the more innovative ideas at the local community level of how, through building and planning and design, you can actually make these livable, climate-friendly communities. So I think, yeah, we just refer the committee to the references in there, but they may well have been covered by witnesses this morning, I suspect.
Yeah, no, it was very, it's really good reading to see that some of this quite incredible work is happening. But it is interesting how I think in some places we are actually making, some international jurisdictions are not only promoting things, they're actually requiring them as well as part of their planning laws. So in that sense, yeah, we're going beyond the aspirational here and encouragement. We're actually saying, hey, through planning laws, we're making mandatory certain things. Do you have a view on, I asked the last witnesses, but do you have a view on the design? Remember the design set that went on exhibition? There was some, but never really saw the light of day. Did EDO make a submission to that, or was it too particular?
Yes, I believe we did at the time. I'll have to dig that out, but I'm happy to provide that to the committee.
That would be great, thank you. Because yeah, there was some evidence that was was it the Western Sydney people? But yeah, they were suggesting that even the idea of dark roofs and things like that, the fact that we're still allowing that in a place where we're looking at the sweltering cities kind of is quite unusual.
Absolutely. I think that had some really good ideas. And as you say, we've got to the point in 2024 where it is actually time to mandate things if these haven't happened voluntarily and they are of a benefit to communities. If making requirements, as some that were outlined in the design SEP, if that's actually going to make we're talking about new development, not retrofitting, but if we can make sure that those new developments, don't have dark roofs, or I think there is a role for mandating having more prescriptive provisions around there where there's clear evidence from other jurisdictions that there are benefits. I think that's an appropriate approach for the planning system to take.
That's really interesting. I was about to say, there's all of these things and things in here clearly you've been saying for some time. I was going to say, why haven't we done it? Why are we not doing it? Is that, do you think that is part of the reason? Because we just haven't had to do it, or it hasn't been a strong requirement to implement some of these measures that would be addressing some of the things that we're talking about today?
It's lack of clear requirements. It's the lack of the mention of climate change in the planning law to actually drive requirements. I think, there are some proponents and developers who do this really well, who are, at the forefront of this. They're innovative and are doing it well. And we've seen strengthening of basics and certain things that have been really great and innovative, but we actually do need requirements at this stage to guarantee that certain minimum standards can be met. It's becoming a safety issue, a risk issue, an economic issue, an insurance issue. It's not an environmental issue. It's not just a luxury to have a safe house. It's actually an imperative. And I think the planning system is way out of date and just needs to be updated to make certain things mandatory.
Thank you. We're out of time. We're kind of getting to that time. That's. Is there any final things you'd like to say, to add?
No, we're happy to provide those additional submissions you've mentioned. We'll just send them through to the committee.
That would be very good. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for your time and your submission and your evidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And welcome. If you are content to state your name, your position, and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and then we'll get on with it. We'll start with you, Mr. Grech.
My name is Paul Grech. I am the Land Use Planning Director for Floodplain Management Australia, and I'll swear the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Ribbons.
Hi, I'm Sue Ribbons. I'm the Communications Director for Floodplain Management Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to attend the inquiry in person today. As I've just mentioned, my name is Paul Grech. I'm the Land Use Planning Director at Floodplain Management Australia, we say the FMA, and I'm here with Sue Ribbons, who's the Communications Director of the FMA. Our roles are voluntary positions, and professionally I'm a town planner with 40 years experience, of which most of that time has had some involvement with flood risk management. And Ms Ribbons is an engineer, so we complement each other, with substantial experience in flood risk management. The FMA is the peak representative body for flood risk management in Australia, with a membership of over 180 local councils, catchment authorities, government agencies, businesses, insurers, and professionals involved in all aspects of urban and rural flood risk management. While the terms of reference of the inquiry are wider-ranging, our interests and submission are confined to matters associated with flood risk management. I appreciate you have read our submission, and I hope that you have had the opportunity to also consider the adopted FMA position policy on the consideration of climate change flood risk in land use planning. I summarise the main points in our submission with regard to the terms of reference as follows. Developments proposed or approved. There is considerable and unwarranted variation between policies and planning controls, which will ultimately result in variability to the future flood risk, immunity of development, and the community it supports. Adequacy of powers and planning bodies. In our view, the existing legislation provides sufficient powers for climate change flood risks to be properly addressed. Our submission is that the application of those powers needs improvement. Short and long-term planning reforms. Planning policies and certifications should be required to fully and clearly inform the public of existing and future climate change-derived flood risks. 2, there should be a state policy that provides clear and definitive direction for how the consideration of climate change flood risks should be undertaken when preparing plans or designing infrastructure. 3, this should ensure intervention early in the planning process, be informed by catchment or regional scale guidance, and involve a whole of government response. And fourthly, these should be mostly short-term actions. Some will need to be medium-term, but none should be long-term. Planning needs to occur now to avert the longer-term consequences of climate change. Alternative options to increase housing capacity. Better public information and direction about climate change flood risk and how they will be considered in planning decisions will avoid inappropriate development proposals and delays in decision making. 2, targeted redevelopment of at-risk areas where opportunities exist to both rebuild more hazard-compatible housing and increase housing densities. And 3, structural mitigation measures can also play a role. It's a quick summary of our submission. I hope that was helpful, but I'm happy to answer, we are both happy to answer questions.
Thank you. So in terms of, like, you're suggesting that, people need to be fully aware and informed, or planning needs to be very aware and informed of flood risks that exist both today and the level of risk. how are we going? Like, how do we get that kind of identification of risk? How do we get it to a level that is the best we can be doing to be informing how we plan the instruments, what we're allowing to happen and what we're not allowing to happen in certain places?
Yeah, there are two aspects to that question. The first was how we inform people about it, and secondly is how do we do it?
Yes.
How we inform people about it. In my experience, it's quite poor, and in respect to it's not clear, it's not consistent, and by that I'll give you a few examples. In New South Wales, you have to produce planning certificates for primarily they have to be mandatorily attached to sales contract for property. Or people can just order one just to understand what their situation is for their property. Part of that, those planning certificates, there's requirements of what you need to tell people, and those requirements require the people to be told of whether they're subject to flood-related planning controls, not whether they're subject to flood risk. So that will depend on what information the council has translated into planning controls as opposed to what information they may actually have in terms of flood risk.
Why do you think that is? Why do we do that? That may be sorry, but like, is that something like? Why would we not? Are you suggesting therefore that what would be better is if you're applying for a planning certificate that it's mandatory that planning certificate says, hey, this place is subject to flooding to this extent, or our risk analysis is this. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, that can be quite a complex thing to communicate, and some councils do have what they call flood certificates or flood information documents that they will sell or provide people separate to planning certificates, but they're not mandatory, so not everyone will obtain that information or even know about it. A more better way of ensuring there's consistency, in my view, is to ensure that the planning controls themselves express flood risk in a more holistic way. We have a very, it's my area of advocacy that I'm not particularly happy with the way it operates at the moment. That we have a system where we produce, we advocate for flood risk. A risk-based approach to planning, and that by its nature involves understanding all the risks to property or to people, and then dealing with those risks based on the vulnerability of the property or the person. That's the risk-based approach. So to do that, there would not be one flood planning level, for example. So flood planning levels, which probably other people have spoken about, maybe a level that is chosen for setting a floor level, but also might be chosen for setting the urban footprint, or might be chosen for setting a driveway level, or might be chosen for setting the floor level of a childcare centre versus a hospital versus a residence versus a commercial area. So in reality, and a good flood risk management set of planning controls will have multiple flood planning levels. And the flood risk management manual and best practice recognises there could be multiple flood planning levels. But the system pushes you into adopting one flood planning level because it wants you to adopt one flood planning area that's not necessarily the whole of the floodplain. And that's the system we have. It's not the system I like, but it's the system we have. So we have a definition of floodplain in New South Wales and had to have that definition for 20 years or more or something.
40.
For a long time. That's basically the floodplain or the area subject to flooding is everywhere up to the probable maximum flood. Now that's a big area in some cases, but not always. And it's a scary concept because the probable maximum flood itself, being the outer edge of the floodplain, is has a infinite risk. Mathematically, it's sometimes said to be about a 1 in 100,000 chance of a flood happening. But we're not saying you plan for a probable maximum flood for all purposes. It just defines the area we're talking about, within which we can then provide more detailed description of risk or planning controls.
So I think the government is currently, so because of the flood inquiries and the work that happened after the Northern Rivers flood and then and the Hawkesbury flood, the 2022 flood, the recommendations were we move to the risk-based system. One of the things I've noticed is that the government is now starting to introduce terms like intolerable risk or tolerable risk. What does that mean to you, somebody with expertise in this kind of in flood and risks?
I mean, that's a important concept to employ when deciding for planning purposes what might be a planning control or what might be a planning criteria. Because remember, planning will happen in a hierarchical sense. So there will be the broader strategic context where you'll be deciding on how to manage flood risk by deciding on the urban footprint. And then there'll be at one end of the spectrum of planning, and then at the other end of the spectrum of planning, you're looking at the detail of how high the entrance to the basement garage should be. So you have planning levels for all those information. So in understanding a risk management matrix, you'll employ what's tolerable or intolerable based on the context you're looking at for planning purposes.
So when does a risk become? When do we start to say, well, there's an intolerable risk based on, based on the modelling that will be impacted through the changing climate?
I was just going to say there's lots of ways to quantify risk. So in terms of flooding, so you might look at it from a damage perspective. So how much damage as a property would endure in a flood for a certain depth. You might look at it from an evacuation point of view. So can everyone get out through road capacity? Even if everyone behaved like they should and evacuated when they should, is there enough road capacity? So how do we quantify the risk to life in evacuation? Is it something to do with insurance? Is a tolerable level of risk looking at the amount of insurance a typical community can afford in a flood risk area? So there's a whole heap of different ways to quantify that risk. So you've got flood damages, which is a property risk, and you've got evacuation and risk to life. You've also got if people stay in their houses and don't evacuate, you've got a risk to life not on the road but actually in the house, which is not as bad as that doesn't happen as much as on the road. But they're all the things that you need to think to combine to look at quantifying risk.
And is it therefore, does a risk model move to, well, you actually do have to have that specified objective criteria? Is that, or is it something that we should still be just, mulling around in a decision maker's or a planner's mind?
It's very hard to put a number on it. People want to put a number. They want to colour in an area. And
as Paul said, it's much more complex than that, because you've got different land uses, you've got different parts of the floodplain, you've got the legacy issue of a town that's very flood prone that you can't move. So you've got all these different ways to consider, these different things to consider.
You say we can't move them, so as in towns, but we've heard evidence that that is what we should be doing, or we should at least be identifying places and saying, well, that needs to be a consideration or an option, because I just wonder what your views are on. I mean, it's relocation and planned retreat are the words.
Yeah. And it's a really complex social, as well as the dollars of buying people up and finding new land. Just that social upheaval part of it, especially, for example, you've got a town that's half really badly flood prone and half not flood prone. Do you split the town in two? So you've got all the social issues that you need to consider as well when you're looking at planned retreat, buyback, or whatever you want to call it.
And what about, so at the moment, say, what do you see as the current system with consultants and the way that, like if I own a block of land and it looks to me like I could put 80 houses on it and, and I'm on a floodplain, so then I go and say, right, I'm going to go and get myself a floodplain consultant who's going to show me how I can do this with fill and that sort of thing. What's your view? Like, where do we sit with that in terms of the strategic framework and trying to make a kind of climate strong approach to that kind of development?
And that's a regular thing. But a developer or with their assistance of consultants will only move in that direction if the planning system says there's the opportunity for that. So if the planning system says there is no opportunity for that, then no one will be moving in that direction. I think the greater issue is that when they do move in that direction, there's a void of clear direction about how to tackle the climate change aspects of flood risk, and that will vary considerably. So if you saw our position policy paper, it was born out of some survey work done through our members back in 2019, and based on that, at that time it was about half the planning instruments had some element of climate change flood risk built into them, some guidance, or not always just metrics, but even some qualitative consideration requirement, and half had nothing. So you would enter into a process where you would lodge an application, whether it be just for rezoning or for a development application, you're further down the process. And someone would say to you, what about climate change? So then all of a sudden people will say, well, what do you want me to do? Do how do you want me to measure this? How do you want me to, what criteria we're going to apply? And there's no clear set of guidance existing anywhere to tell anyone this is what it should be.
And just going back to your comment about what to do, if you look at the ideal situation, councils in New South Wales are responsible for the management of flood-prone land, not the state government, and they've done their due diligence, they've done their flood study, they can identify where the floodplain is, where the different levels of risk are within the floodplain. And so they've got some of the story, they've got the climate change risk, but you've got an existing risk, which is that, and then you've got the future risk in terms of cumulative impact. So if you've got future development planned, is there climate change? And so the importance of cumulative impacts, and you say, well, do we feel, if we got a floodplain, do we feel, okay, does that adversely affect other people? If you fill in that area, highly likely that it will impact someone else. So if you look at all your development options and say, well, look, we can develop this area here, but look, if we develop this area here and fill all that, all these people will have an adverse impact. So if we can, in the ideal world, if you can look at, if you get your crystal ball out in a realistic way and look at the future development and look at the flood risk, then you've got a bit of an idea. You can say, well, and a developer says, well, I want to develop this area here, and you go, okay, well, that we've looked at that as part of our cumulative impact statement. It doesn't look too bad. So that's the other the issue about cumulative impacts as well.
So when we've heard, I think again in the wake of the 2022 floods, I think we saw the Prime Minister and the Premier at the time saying there will be no more development on floodplains. But as it turns out, we are still developing floodplains. Is that because we're still, because of these very definitional issues? Where is it okay to develop a floodplain?
By saying the floodplain, to the flood nerds in the room, it means the entire floodplain up to the probable maximum flood.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's just
and you
about
say,
everywhere.
well, that's a zero risk approach.
Yes,
and that's not. I don't think that's the intention of developing on floodplains. You've got some very seriously dangerous areas of floodplains that flood very frequently. Let's focus on those. And as Paul said, you've got different levels of planning controls and land uses for different parts of the floodplain. If I've got to put a hospital in, do I put it right down next to the river because it's got a nice view, or do I put it further up the hill so I can at least evacuate and have a less chance of flooding?
Do you think that we're getting better now that we know how extreme? Do you think we're getting better with the more catastrophic floods and impacts that we're experiencing, or
in understanding them?
Yeah,
definitely. Like the difference between the way we do things now compared to 35 years ago when I was really starting is just amazing. Yeah, we're definitely getting better, yes.
But you're still the bringer of bad news. You're still the doomsday sayer that this area is flood prone, it's really dangerous. And having done many things, it doesn't flood here anymore. Those sorts of phrases. It flooded last year, we're not going to have another flood like that for 20 years or 100 years. Those sort of misconceptions in the community are still quite prevalent.
Yeah, I mean, even in Lismore now, we're literally rebuilding state infrastructure in the middle of the CBD. It's quite unusual that, it seems that you experience a thing, you think a thing, but then you move on and time changes and you go and do something different to the thing you thought. And so, one of the examples, do you think that the modelling and the tools that we do have available, with all the right resources, do you think that we are at a point where we can do very good risk management based on the models and the tools available to us?
In my view, the tools are fantastic now.
Definitely.
The problem's not the tools, the problem's translating them into things like planning controls or policies or clear guidance, direction, that sort of thing.
And then the fact that you've got the flood risk engineers talking to the planners, that didn't happen years ago, but just as Paul said, translating that technical information into planning instruments, into planning controls, that's the big gap, I think,
And I guess, like a lot of planning, there's not a lot of time or resources available for everyone to do this and to labour over it. It's almost got to a point where some clear direction can be made to say, okay, if you're in this sort of situation, your flood planning level should incorporate climate change for these uses, and not these uses, or all these uses, and how. So it is a clear, just something as simple as that would make a big difference in terms of consistency and ensuring that it's applied.
Like your greenfield sites versus your infill
sites.
sites. You might have different controls.
Yeah, exactly.
Great, okay, thank you. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end. Is there any final things you'd like to put on the record?
Not that I can think of, but if there's any questions coming from you later, we're happy to follow up with further documentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your time and your evidence today, and of course your submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Do I need to... That's our session for today. Thank you.
No deliberative.